Good morning and welcome to the Oregon Transportation Commission's Thursday, January, where am I? July 24th, 2025 meeting. I want to thank all of you that are attending in person. It's nice to see so many people come to our meeting this morning. Although this is really a somber moment for the commission. We're really struggling. And so we're asking for grace here as we maneuver through this day. I am going to try to keep people on task and really try to keep your comments as brief as possible, as there are many people signed up for public comment this morning. In addition to that, I just want to thank the staff because I know it's been extremely hard for all the ODOT staff over the last few weeks, as they've maneuvered through the different announcements that they've received, not only from us, but from the governor's office. And it's been a very emotional time for all of us. So with that said, we are going to move into our meeting and start out with public comment. In our public comment, we're allowing 3 minutes. I'm going to keep you pretty close to your timer. So it will be visible for you to see, and I'm going to ask you that you honor that. Although I know sometimes you get to right to the end. I've testified before, and you're rushing through. We'll give you a little grace, but I will not let you go on and on. If I see you start to waver, I will give you this, which everyone who is in ODOT knows that means let's move on. We got to move on it quickly. So again, thank you for coming. For those of you that are going to testify publicly, and then for those that are online, we will get to you too. So with that, our first person is virtual, and it's John Halen. I think he is up. So John, are you there?
Yes. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Sorry, I just got nominated as a panelist. Good morning. My name is John Halen, and I'm here once again to urge ODOT to legalize the use and registration of K-trucks in Oregon. Back in November of 2022, I spoke during public comment during one of these meetings, asking ODOT to consider recognizing K-trucks under the federal 25-year import rule, just like Washington, Idaho, and 27 other states already do. Since then, the momentum has only grown. A bipartisan group of 20 legislators, both senators and representatives, recently backed a bill to legalize these vehicles. While initially filed for discussion, the public's overwhelming support led to it being folded into the broader transportation package. We now expect it to be on the table during the emergency legislative session in September. Why? Because people want options. Not everyone can or wants to spend $50,000 on a new truck. I recently bought the cheapest new truck in America, a Ford Maverick, for $29,000, and that still felt like a stretch. Meanwhile, K-trucks go for around $6,000. They're affordable, practical, fuel efficient, and safer for pedestrians due to their lower profile and speed. For many working Oregonians, they're the perfect solution. These are not novelty vehicles, they are workhorses. Landscapers, farmers, small business owners, and everyday people are ready to use them responsibly and safely, just like their neighbors in surrounding states. The tide is turning. Please be proactive and support the legalization and registration of K-trucks in Oregon. Let's give Oregonians a real choice when it comes to affordable, practical transportation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next person is Zachary. And is it, oh, I'm going to butcher this, Lutison? Lortzen?
Good morning. John's right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
John's right. There's quite a delay between the panelists and showing up, so there'll be a little bit. I appreciate your time. My name's Zachary Lauritsen. I work at Oregon Walks. We do pedestrian advocacy. I just appreciate your comments, Chair Brown, about the challenging times right now. And I wanted to share something. I serve on the Region 1 Act up in the Portland area that we talked about this last week. And I really believe we have an honesty problem in our transportation system. And I think we all play a role in how we're going to address that. Y'all are going to be debriefed about the transportation kind of debacle at the legislative session and how that's what's going to happen in the future. And I think we all play a role in kind of rebuilding that honesty in the coming months, years to be successful in the next sessions. And I want to outline just a couple of those things. I think we all have a role in coaching up our citizens about just how much it costs to build and maintain our transportation system. Folks have no idea how little they really pay in reality to what it costs. I think a huge role that you all will have at the ODOT level is just being more honest and accurate in our what it costs to build these things and really public facing, really referencing our mega projects. When every single mega project continues to balloon in price, people look at ODOT and go, I can't trust them. I can't trust the numbers that they're giving us. You all can't make real long-term decisions if you don't have accurate numbers from the beginning. So I really want to just highlight that. And I think one of the very small things, but it'll have a huge impact that we can do is adopt more accurate inflationary numbers for the costs of the projects, just so that we know. I mean, wouldn't it be great if we had a few of these mega projects actually come in under budget and early? And I think that would really demonstrate that we're honestly grappling with these costs. And a third thing is we really don't even honestly account for some of the negative externalities that are not priced. I'm thinking about things like air particulate, respiratory diseases. I'm thinking about things like noise. I'm thinking about things like particulate matter from brakes and from tire runoff. Those are the type of things that we don't even price into the system as it is in the situation. So just want to highlight that I think that's really important, and all of us need to be really tackling that. And I don't come to you as like a fiscal conservative. Oregon Walks that's not our role in this ecosystem. But the reason it's really important to a place like Oregon Walks is often the pedestrian projects are forgotten or left behind or priced out. And so when things go over, it sucks all the air out of the room or all the money out of the room for the projects that are really important to elders trying to age in place, or folks with disabilities just trying to get around, or kids trying to get to school. So as we journey forward in the coming months and years, I really, really want to highlight we all have this role in trying to be super honest with our citizens, with each other about prices of projects and some of the costs in our system. Really appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your comments, Zachary. Next, we have Douglas Allen. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Brown and Commissioners. My name is Doug Allen, speaking for AORTA, Association of Oregon Rail and Transit Advocates. AORTA has opposed the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion project for decades, going back to the 1980s when it was the Greeley North Manfield project. We have testified before this commission about poor design choices and failure to consider reasonable alternatives. Oregon is in crisis. Hundreds of safety-critical ODOT employees have been given layoff notices. Willamette Week quotes an ODOT spokesperson as saying that the legislature has made it impossible to transfer money from the doomed Rose Quarter project to alleviate the current maintenance fiasco. This is not credible. Multiple transfers of funds from a variety of sources have covered cost overruns on the I-205 Abernathy Bridge project. HB 3055 of the 2021 legislative session specifically allows all of the HB 2017 money that was originally dedicated to the Rose Quarter expansion to be spent on the Abernathy Bridge. The obvious solution is to put the Rose Quarter expansion on ice, transfer any dedicated HB 2017 money to the Abernathy Bridge, freeing up flexible money from the Abernathy project, such as dollars originally set for repainting the Fremont Bridge. That freed up money can be spent to retain valuable maintenance expertise and capability. Please act now to avoid disruption and disaster, giving breathing room for the governor and legislature to come up with a longer-term solution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we have Joe Cartwright.
Good morning, Commissioner Brown and members of the commission. ODOT's current financial problems are largely of its own making. Your staff hasn't accurately predicted or managed costs and has been excessively optimistic about future revenues for mega projects. They've marched ahead with projects that they didn't have full funding for, doing anything, saying anything just to get a project started, knowing that once it was started, you have no choice but to provide the money to finish it. This was foreseeable and foreseen. Highway builders have been pulling this stunt since Moses, Robert Moses of New York, and ODOT staff have shamelessly copied him. Take the Abernathy Bridge. It was never funded in House Bill 2017. ODOT cobbled together about $50 million from a range of sources, including maintenance funds, just to get it started, and then promised it would pay for construction out of toll revenues, which never materialized. It also underestimated the cost, which tripled from $248 million to more than $815 million, and it borrowed funds from the Rose Quarter and the department's commercial paper line, both of which have aggravated the agency's growing financial problems. You obviously can't undo the Abernathy mess, but what you must do, what you have a moral obligation to do if you are accountable, is show that you've learned a lesson from that experience and not commit exactly the same mistake on the Rose Quarter. The funding for the Rose Quarter project has evaporated. The federal government has taken back $400 million. The legislature has said no to the Anchor Projects Fund, at least for the time being and maybe indefinitely. The Rose Quarter is a poster child of project bloat. Costs have quadrupled from $450 million to $2.1 billion and could go as high as $2.5 billion, as Commissioner Chapman noted. ODOT's own independent engineers, the international firm Arup, said the roadway is at least 40 feet wider than it needs to be. And yet when your commission asked prudent questions 2 years ago, you were told it was too late, pens down, because unnamed federal partners would disapprove. Now what you must do is figure out how to set the same kind of absolute priority for maintenance and core functions that you have implicitly provided to highway megaprojects. Your first dollar of spending should go to maintaining the existing system, protecting traveler safety, and keeping competent ODOT operations team. As I've repeatedly testified, it is a management axiom that you get the behavior that you reward. You need to stop rewarding lowball cost estimates, cost overruns, and overly optimistic revenue assumptions. Instead, allocate funds to the high priorities of maintaining the basic system and the core operations of ODOT, and reward managers and employees for maintaining the condition and safety of Oregon's considerable investment in its highways. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Dr. Christopher Hale.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name is Dr. Christopher Hale. I'm an ER physician. I grew up in Oregon and graduated from OHSU. I'm calling on the OTC to direct ODOT to pause phase 1 of the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion. This is the only sensible solution given the economic and environmental realities we face. The project already has a massive budget shortfall, and those costs will only continue to balloon given the economic projections on inflation and the cost of upcoming tariffs. Any commitment to follow through on this project and the likelihood that the state will need to commit ever-increasing money from the state's general funds means that you're taking money away from Oregonians' most critical needs, like housing affordability and schools. Hundreds of ODOT workers are already being laid off. ODOT's limited budget should prioritize basic maintenance of our existing infrastructure, which will only become even more expensive the more we delay those essential repairs. As climate change is causing more severe weather extremes, including severe wildfires and winter storms, the OTC and state legislature should focus on making sure we're retaining the road staff that will be needed to clear and maintain our roads during increasingly severe weather emergencies. Additionally, during a time of human-caused climate change, Portland should not be building a freeway expansion that's projected to create an additional 21,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions every year. The existing ODOT-owned highways are also responsible for a disproportionate number of traffic deaths, and they occur disproportionately in communities of color that Portland has historically underinvested in. ODOT should focus on safety improvements for the highways that already exist, especially in historically neglected neighborhoods. Capping the freeways through the Albina neighborhood has long been a carrot used to justify this freeway expansion. Those caps should still be built, but they don't require freeway expansions to do it. I call on the OTC to direct ODOT to conduct an environmental impact statement that studies alternatives to freeway expansion while still building caps and remediating the neighborhood. In summary, the only sensible and forward-thinking step at this time is for the OTC to pause phase 1 of the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Daniel Kaufman. He's not. Okay, we'll move on. And if he shows up, please let me know. Mr. Smith, Chris Smith.
Good morning. Chris Smith appearing on behalf of the Just Crossing Alliance, and apologies to Commissioners Chapin and Byer who got to hear this testimony on Friday. I'm here to talk about IBR tolling. You have an item on your consent agenda about this. The Just Crossing Alliance has always supported an equitable tolling program for IBR, with a highlight on equitable. Several years ago, your commission adopted the recommendations of EMAC for a low-income toll program for all tolling in Oregon. And this is in the financial projections for IBR, but it's not there at the beginning. The two scenarios being studied have the low-income program either starting as soon as Washington can get a policy adopted or not until the new bridge opens. The Washington legislature has now given direction for a low-income program. We believe with that policy alignment, it would now be appropriate to update all your scenarios so that the low-income toll program begins on the first day of pre-completion tolling. We think that is absolutely essential for equity in this project, and we urge you to do that. I'm going to take off my Just Crossing Alliance hat and testify personally about Rose Quarter. I have been tracking Rose Quarter since 2012. When it came to me as part of the Northeast Quadrant Plan on the Portland Planning Commission. At that time, we were trying to figure out how to do the land use and transportation components correctly because we knew that opening up the what was then the Blanchard site, now called the Profit site, would be an important land use opportunity. Yeah, so I've been tracking this for 13 years, and what's become apparent over those 13 years is what the community actually cares about in this area is allowing Albina Vision to build a thriving neighborhood and how we mitigate the effects of freeway traffic in allowing them to do that. And I think this would be an appropriate time for you to take a pause, go back and re-examine the purpose and need, because what AVT is trying to do is very different from what we envisioned back in 2012. And I think there are much more cost-effective ways to achieve AVT's goals than to first widen the freeway and then try to mitigate its impacts by covering it. That's the most expensive possible path, and you should explore other options. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Indy Namkung.
Good morning, Chair Brown, Commissioners. My name is Indy Namkung. I'm the Transportation Justice Coordinator for Verde. We are a community-based organization coming out of the Cully neighborhood in Northeast Portland. We do statewide advocacy work for environmental justice, and in my case, transportation justice. I'm here this morning to speak on Agenda Item F, the Rose Quarter decision point. And I want to say, I was pretty concerned to see how this item was laid out before you, Commissioners. The memo you received outlining your options clearly illustrated the costs of pausing now before ground is broken in terms of future inflationary costs, time lost. But I was disturbed to see that it did not offer you the same level of detail around the costs of proceeding as planned in this moment. I want to offer you some of what I'm seeing as that missing picture this morning. Like many of you, I spent the last 2 years working to pass a comprehensive transportation package through the state legislature. And like many of you, I was heartbroken to see it fail just before the finish line and to see the consequences that are unfolding now. I obviously don't have to tell you that hundreds of ODOT workers are on the brink of layoffs, which have just been postponed. City and county workers haven't all received that respite. Local transportation agencies rely on state funding and may not have the reserves or the certainty to delay those layoffs. Many smaller transit agencies are already making deep service cuts, and even TriMet announced they'll begin cutting service this November. This is all taking place on a backdrop of devastating cuts to federal programs, as we've seen with this project, but also support for lifeline programs that run the gamut from transportation to housing to healthcare. Nobody is feeling secure in their future right now. And that's why it's so concerning to see proceed as planned framed as the less costly option in this moment when the context in which we laid those plans no longer exists. The legislature is watching more closely than ever, and success in the special session upcoming at the end of August is not guaranteed. I'm genuinely frightened for the consequences that another failure would have on my transit-dependent community members who live in areas that already face deeper infrastructure challenges. And so it's really frightening to think about what happens if we proceed as planned. A legislature that has been asking for, demanding greater oversight over major projects, in particular from this agency, would watch this work plow forward just 6 weeks before they are likely set to see greater oversight powers handed to them, greater connection with the agency, with this commission. They'd see it move forward with no funding plan, potentially years of greater scarcity and more competition for every available state and federal dollar than ever. I am concerned about what this means for the conversation we can have in short session and going forward. And I ask you to pause and reconsider the future path of this project before proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to have Jonathan Edwards Greenwood.
Hello, my name is Jonathan Greenwood. I'm asking the Oregon Transportation Commission to direct ODOT to act with fiscal responsibility and pause phase 1 of the I-5 Rose Quarter Freeway expansion. With potential layoffs looming for ODOT maintenance workers, the state faces a clear choice: preserve essential safety and maintenance programs, invest in active and public transportation, or continue pouring limited funds into a costly and harmful freeway expansion. As we head into wildfire season and winter storms, our top priority must be maintaining the roads we already have, not building more freeway lanes. I oppose this project because it threatens public health, safety, and the climate. It would add over 21,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions each year, worsen air quality, and divert critical resources from transit, affordable housing, and the restoration of the albino community through freeway caps. Traffic fatalities are rising, and many ODOT-owned roads remain dangerously in need of basic safety improvements. The OTC must stop rubber stamping freeway expansions and hold ODOT accountable. I also urge you to require a full environmental impact statement that includes non-freeway alternatives while still prioritizing neighborhood restoration through freeway caps. Crucially, we must also invest in transit, walking, and biking infrastructure, not more pavement and pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next. I'm sorry.
Skip down to Becky.
Oh, Becky, sorry. Okay, sorry. I couldn't hear you, so. Next we have Becky Hawkins.
How's that?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Becky Hawkins. I'm here to urge you to pause the phase 1 of the Rose Quarter Freeway project. I've lived in Portland for 13 years. Sorry, we just got a truck or something outside. I attend neighborhood community association meetings, and I was able to meet with Representative Rob Nose and City Councilman Steve Novick recently. And what I heard from both of them is, buckle up, the government doesn't have enough funding for necessary programs on just all across the board. There's a huge backlog of road repairs and maintenance. ODOT is talking about mass layoffs. TriMet just announced service cuts. Why on earth would we move forward with an expensive freeway project that we don't have the funding for? Any dollar that goes toward auxiliary freeway lanes would be better spent on road repair, public transit, and safe infrastructure for walking and bicycling. Driving is a huge expense for ordinary Oregonians, just for gas and car payments and insurance. And then it gets worse when they get hit with a surprise repair bill because someone hit their car. Even worse if they end up with a hospital bill or a life-altering injury. Building everything around cars, we're paying for it in so many ways, including healthcare costs. I was just catching up with a friend the other day who's developing chronic pain because the only way she can leave her house is in a car. She has kids, she has a job, and you know, we're paying for it with our bodies. If you cut transit service, more people will be forced into their cars to get to work and pick up their kids and live their lives. And this will cause more congestion and more pollution and more crashes and more deaths on the road all over the metro area, not just along one segment of I-5. I understand that ODOT focuses on moving cars and trucks as fast as possible on state roads. That's the mentality. That does not serve everyone. I've lived here for 13 years with no car, and a lot of my friends also don't have cars, whether it's because of their finances, disability, all kinds of reasons. And I don't want any of us to be the next headline for somebody that, you know, took their life into their hands walking through a crosswalk or biking to work. Trying to move forward on a $2 billion highway project, it feels like you're turning your back on low-income people, disabled people, kids, teens, and just on the future. Like, we're trying to improve and mitigate climate change, and now we don't even have the funding for repairs when we get ice storms and record-breaking heat waves. Like, I don't understand that. So I urge you, please, to tell ODOT to show some fiscal responsibility and some care for Oregonians, both inside and outside of cars. Pause the Rose Quarter Freeway expansion and reevaluate where our tax dollars could best serve us. We need to maintain and improve the system we have rather than breaking ground on a new project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Becky. So we're missing a couple people that were virtual. Did anybody come back? No? Okay, so our last commenters are in person. So Michael Alexander, Nate McCoy, Jeff Moreland, James Posey, and JT Flowers, if you'd like to come up. I believe you wanted to come up as a group. Is that correct? Okay, two at a time. All right. So I'll let you introduce yourselves as you come up so we know which person is speaking.
They're sending up the gray hairs. Yeah. Good morning, Chair Brown and Commissioners. My name is Michael Alexander, and I have the privilege to serve as the board chair for the Urbana Vision Trust. And so we appreciate the opportunity to spend time with you today. I am a transplant to Portland. I have been here for roughly 20 years, and this is my 7th city over the course of a 35-year professional career. And I've been in a number of communities around the nation, and I would have to say that Portland holds a particular place for me. It will be my home. The thing that has really stood out to me has been the way in which this state and this city struggle at the right things. And that's where we find ourselves today, struggling at doing the right thing. For us, within the African-American community, we have suffered through decades of disinvestment, destruction, and in many ways are now at a point where we're being asked to rectify what has happened to us. That's our opportunity today. By profession, I am a trained psychiatric social worker, and I believe in the wisdom of the group. But I would ask Commission to understand that the voices you will hear today represent multiple perspectives across this state and across this city. But the greatest insight around any issue is at the point of the greatest pain and the greatest challenge. The group that you will hear from today are representative of many voices within our community. And I would have to tell you that over the course of the 7 years that we have looked and worked and struggled with this issue, we have come to it with a uniform love and admiration for the resilience of our community, but different perspectives. And I would dare say that there have been times that we have been in what I would characterize as violent agreement in terms of what we saw as the path forward. That has forced us to talk openly and candidly and listen deeply as we reflect what we believe the path should be forward, not the rut, but the path forward. Today, you'll have the opportunity to hear from multiple perspectives who come to this place and this time with a sense of what Dr. King referred to as the fierce urgency of now. We have the opportunity to now put a path in place that allows us to begin a journey, knowing that there are many more steps ahead of us than we're facing right now. However, the momentum, the commitment, and the willingness to lean in at a time when we clearly know that we are struggling to survive what has been done to us in many ways by the Beltway and by larger policies. And we have the opportunity to now take accountability for what we can do for each other as a state and as a region. And so I would ask that you take the guidance, you would take the wisdom, and you would take the considerable progress that this panel will represent as the opportunity before us today, and have this become a part of how the next 50 years will be defined in this community, in this state, in a way that hopefully will be as prideful as the last 50 years have been shameful. And I'd like to introduce my colleague, James Posey, who serves as the leadership head of the NAACP and who has been involved in this dialogue with us for the last 7 years.
Good morning. My name is James Posey. Although I am the president of the Portland branch of the NAACP, I'm here because I live in the Elliott neighborhood right down the street from Dawson Park, and will be impacted by the decisions you all make on this commission. I just want to make a statement about the history of Oregon and how Black people have been represented in this state. You all know there were a time in which Black people couldn't even stay in a town. They had the sundown laws, and we've been excluded in just about every category. The demographics of how Black people fare in this community is outrageous. In fact, we just received a disparity study that is abysmal about the participation, the ability of Black people to survive. And I say that literally, survival. I'm sort of amazed at the ability of Black people to exist in a very hostile, let me just say that again, a very hostile environment, especially economically. And all the demographics about how we fare in this community are laid out in graphic forms: health, high representation of incarceration, disparity. There's a 50% achievement gap between Black and white students in this state. And all of this ties back, believe it or not, to the economic condition that Black people find themselves in. This project, even though we're talking about brick and mortar, represents more than just a concept of whether or not we build a freeway or caps and all of that. It involves the essence of how we belong in this state and whether or not we're willing to make a sacrifice to see Black people be the citizens they need to be. We're equal participants. We're all in this together. And this particular project gave Black people a kind of essence of hope. Maybe we're going to reconcile some of the historical harms that this state has done and continues to do in terms of how they treat Black people. I'm just being real clear about that. This project is more than brick and mortar. It is about the psychological, the material essence of who we are as a state. And as I listen to all the folk who are talking about the ecology and how much we spend, well, check it out. You all have spent money denying Black people opportunities in this state. And I just asked you all, if you're going to make a sacrifice to make the state better, it's not all about brick and mortar or environmental justice and all the other things you're talking about. It's about how we morally represent us as a community and whether or not we're morally willing to make things right. Thank you very much for my opportunity to talk to you.
And if I could close, Madam Chair. As I listen to Brother Posey speak, it's really clear that we have the opportunity to not only acknowledge the history of injustice, restorative justice. We have the opportunity to now marry that with restorative economics and increasingly restorative development. All right. We would ask that we look at this moment to begin to put shovels into the ground, to begin this process, and to let it be the basis for us building momentum going forward. But we would hope that this commission would endorse that strategy. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
I guess I'll go first. For good of the order, my name is Nate McCoy, President and CEO of the largest chapter of the National Association of Minority Contractors. Sorry I'm late. I heard that my name was called already, but due to some of the infrastructure that we have in our state, time is not on our side. So I will be brief. First and foremost, Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having me here today. I am not new to this commission. I have spent 10 years at NAMAC, and let's say 7 to 8 years of that has been relying on partnerships like ODOT to hopefully bring infrastructure to our community by way of creating more economic opportunities. And so what I'm here briefly to talk about is a couple key things. I'm not going to bore you with details you already know, but this is what our community is really tasking us to do in the heart of Portland. First and foremost, we have the urgent needs and long overdue maintenance of our roads. I've seen the data. It shows across the nation we have some of the worst deferred maintenance you could have. We've seen bridges collapse. We've seen roads not be in a condition for e-commerce and workers and residents to really get through transportation. And so I feel like we're at a point in time, thank God that the governor is calling for another special session. We want to see this thing get across the finish line. I think our taxpayers deserve that. The other part, and no news to ODOT, but safety and reliability. Again, I can't tell you enough at how unsafe a lot of our roads are. And thanks to TriMet, ODOT, PBOT for really putting forward these priorities for both our workers and for our residents. What I really want to use the last minute of my time on is the real economic development. I do not have to talk about this in a very broad way. I think we know, and we heard it earlier, that our state is having many, many disparities. We're fighting with our president of the nation around DBE, DEI commitments. And ODOT is in a place with leadership by Mr. Strickler to really bring forward some opportunities in gentrified communities in Northeast Portland by the building of I-5. And we want to make sure that that harm is repaired by getting our folks to work. And you'll hear from one of the leading contractors within the NAMAC family here in a minute, but I just can't tell you enough. And I know you all are champions for seeing people of color, small businesses grow in our state. And this is the time to do it right now. And so I'm just really here to make sure that you know that NAMAC is a partner. Anything that we can do to continue to advocate to keep this project moving forward, we want to be there and do that in partnership. And we're going to continue to work with our union and non-union apprenticeship programs so that we can really get the needed hands ready for these projects. So again, I know I've got 1 second, but I would say, please, please, please help us bring this project across the finish line, get it going as we try to cobble the funding together to make sure this project from beginning to end is successful. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Mr. Borland.
Good morning, Chair Brown and the rest of the commissioners. I'm Jeff Borland. I'm the president of Raymore Construction. I am part of the CMGC team that is slated to build this. I've spent the last 7 years working and galvanizing our community in terms of being able to deal with this project. This project is one of the worst bottlenecks we know. There's also about safety and preservation, which is what we're here before you today to talk about. Folks been talking about phase one. We're talking about phase 1A. And ODOT, to their credit, has dealt with the preservation first. Phase 1A is primarily about preservation. It's about bridge retrofitting. It's about drainage, all the things that is necessary for us to even go into figuring out how we get to phase one and the rest of the project. A lot of time, money, and energy has been spent by our community. You're looking at a community united. There's a lot more people out here that's coming down for this testimony that you will see. We are all united to move this project forward. This is necessary in terms of economic, job opportunities, and we're finally sitting at the table to where we have strong influence over the direction of a project that really hits through the center of our community. So we have spent a lot of time being delayed. We've been a lot of time in a lot of back political, and now we're in economic unrest. It's time to get going, right? And we're starting with preservation work. I want to keep that phase 1A is primarily about preservation work, getting us prepared to be able to do something with this terrible corridor. So I just encourage you and just ask from our community that's united that you consider just moving forward. Let's get shovels in the ground. We have a long way to go. We have a lot of things to figure out. We understand that. But the sooner that we get started to the work, the better off we are. Costs are not going to get any less. We need to get started. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. And I believe JT.
Good morning, Chair Brown, members of the commission. So nice to be before you today. I had some stuff written down that I want to share with you, but before I do, I think it's really important that we take note of a couple of things. First off, the OTC over the course of the past couple of years has been the singular leadership body in advancing this conversation on statewide transportation. It's a shame that so many critical decisions have been foisted upon this body, but I cannot commend you enough for the ways that you folks have stepped up. I know this is not easy work to have folks sitting here yelling at you every day, talking about what you're doing wrong, and all the impending doom of a state hanging over your heads at every single commission meeting. There has been a lot said in testimony of other members today and other commenters that really just sat wrong with me, right? We've had the legacy of Robert Moses invoked today. We've talked about folks putting this project on ice. And I think if you would allow me, I just want to share a little bit about how that lands for those of us who are in this work day to day. In 1943, the city of Portland commissioned New Yorker Robert Moses, the famed urban planner and destroyer of neighborhoods, to dictate the path forward for our ever-expanding town. His task was simple: to advise civic leaders on how to best modernize Portland's transportation infrastructure. His target was our neighborhood, Lower Albina. Then home to 80% of the city's Black population, the Albina Robert Moses laid his eyes upon was a bustling residential and commercial hub nestled against the banks of the Willamette River. To Mr. Moses and the local officials that offered him up the modern day equivalent of nearly $2 million to diagnose our city's ills, Lower Albina was in the way. Build a highway through it, he said. So they did. Public leaders have always had an outsized impact on what gets built, where it gets built, and who it gets built for. In the times of Robert Moses and throughout much of the history of our state, power was prescriptive. Decision makers surveyed the land, dug in their heels, and dictated policy to the public. We are gathered here today to articulate a different vision of leadership. Leadership that chooses to listen rather than to lecture. Leadership that lends its power to the people rather than imposing its power upon them. Leadership that heals rather than harms. Here at the Albina Vision Trust, our dream is a simple one: the redevelopment of a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood, that will rehouse over 3,000 working families once displaced from the heart of the city they call home. I did not come here today to rehash the independent cover assessment or to remind folks in this room that this project is the result of years worth of community engagement, a community brokered compromise created through a half decade of organized resistance. I did not come here today to litigate with white environmentalists who have absolutely no connection to our people, our pain, or our collective struggle for progress. This project is not the end-all be-all of the environmental conversation in Lower Albina. In fact, our organization is actively transforming our 94-acre heartbeat of a historic community into the most environmentally innovative and sustainable district our city has ever seen. I came here today to remind you that the reconnection of a community torn asunder can and will not happen if we continue kicking the can down the road. We are children of this district. We know what it means to have floors, posts, beams, windows, and foundation pulled from under our feet. For us, home is a spiritual word, a place that could never be paved over or taken from us. Home to us means agency. Home to us means ownership. Home to us means freedom. What we are asking for today is the right to rebuild our home with our own hands, on our own terms, and through our own power. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. told us that power without love is reckless and abusive. That love without power is sentimental and anemic. Power at its best, he said, is love implementing the demands of justice. And justice at its best is power correcting everything that stands against love. It is at this intersection of love and power that leadership exists. And today I have the privilege of standing shoulder to shoulder with a room full of leaders in my community. To lead means to be remembered, either as the person who fell short or the person who got it done. Successes can only be shouldered by those brave enough to carry that ever-looming burden of failure. We are staking everything on the line here. Our reputations, our hearts, generations worth of our blood, sweat, and tears. For the past 7 months, we have coordinated a statewide and national strategy geared towards protecting funding for this project. We have succeeded in many ways, and in others we have failed. But what we have not done is give up on the promise of what this project represents, not just to our community in the present day, but to generations worth of children who have yet to be born. This project is our state's single greatest opportunity to fundamentally redefine the 21st century paradigm of urban development, to reposition community in the driver's seat of dictating their own future, and to make sure that we do so in a way that centers the generational prosperity and wealth building opportunities of working class folks who say, I don't need a handout in this moment. All I need is the right to pick up a shovel and put it in the ground. That's what we have the opportunity to do today. And we expect that our state leaders, both in the legislature and in the governor's mansion, will match our unwavering commitment to not only delivering this project, but delivering on the promise of what Oregon can be. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You broke my rule, JT, but that's okay. Thank you for your comments. We do have one person that has joined back. It's Jordan Lewis. So if Jordan is available, well, here's his comment.
Hello?
Yep. Good morning.
Hello. Hello, Oregon Transportation Commission. My name is Jordan Lewis, and I followed the transportation package pretty closely. I watched every roadshow session and even testified at one. The transportation package was an over 2-year process, which countless Oregonians put their own precious time and work into. It's really hard work to talk to the people in your life who are really stretched thin by their jobs, convince them to take time out of their busy day to come testify that yes, working people do ride the bus actually, only for their time and effort to be filed away forever and their input not truly considered. The failure to pass a package was a generational blunder and frankly undermines public trust. Yesterday, I watched TriMet present their long-term plan to manage a reduction in service as they approach their own transit fiscal cliff. I want to commend TriMet for involving the public and being really transparent rather than hiding the dysfunction up until the fiscal cliff. But this was so hard to watch. I rely on TriMet. I know so many people who rely on TriMet. I recently canvassed TriMet riders and met so many incredible, hardworking people who truly just need to get where they need to go on time. Veterans who need to make it to the VA, single parents commuting to get their degree, people so poor they truly can't afford a car. I'm testifying today that you paused the Rose Quarter project, not necessarily on the merits of the project, but because of the context of the moment, the federal sabotage, the state dysfunction, and the historic underfunding of our entire system, TriMet included. The transportation package failed because it was apparently too expensive, first at $15 billion and later at $11 billion. This project will be well over $2 billion, approaching $3 billion. These things are connected. There's opportunity costs to billions of dollars in a system where apparently every dollar counts. If we want to build a Rose Quarter project, we first have to find the funding for it. And on the way, we should probably find funding to keep our existing roads and bridges in decent shape, find funding to keep our transit agencies running as people depend on them, and find funding to make our dangerous, high-speed stroads habitable. I want to stop the magical thinking that this project doesn't necessarily defund vital government services. Please pause the project until full funding can be identified. Thank you.
Thank you. And I believe that is all of our public comment this morning. Unless there was any additional people that wanted to comment. Okay. Well, I don't know about the rest of the commission, but for myself, we have a lot to think about today. And I noticed on our agenda that we don't have a break, and at some point we will have to take a break, I think, to really be able to absorb everything that's been said to us. But we're going to move on to item C, the director's report and our consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. A lot of what I would normally put in the director's report, you will see as agenda topics today because of the significance of the moment where we are. As part of that, I want to extend my appreciation for your grace and recognition that with a lot of things changing in a very short amount of time, we've been scrambling to get the materials to you in a way that we could provide quality update as well as provide something for you to engage upon as well. You'll see that throughout the rest of the agenda, but for the rest of my remarks, before I ask for consideration of the consent agenda, I thought I would yield time to Ms. Brooks if she had the opportunity to come up and provide a brief update for you.
Good morning.
Morning. Can you guys hear me okay? Well, I asked for this time because we haven't talked to each other since session ended. And so I want to spend most of the time talking about a path forward and a solution and the work that the governor's been doing. Do I need to introduce myself?
You need, yes.
Kelly
please.
Brooks.
Thank
I
you.
work for Governor Tina Kotek as her transportation advisor. But before I get into kind of the nuts and bolts of that, I feel like it's been interesting sitting here today. But on behalf of all of you and particularly the ODOT team, I will just say it feels like the last day of session never ended. It rolled right into pretty horrible processes. And I think I'm hearing a lot of folks talk today about pending layoffs. And yes, there's been an extension of that time frame, which I can talk more about in a minute. But I just want to disabuse anyone of the fact that those aren't already impacting people. So if you haven't been as intimately involved in those things as the folks behind me have been and all throughout the state, they have been working their way through horrible, horrible decisions for the past few weeks that are impacting their lives and their colleagues and their friends and people they've worked with for a long time. So that grace, Chair Brown, that you asked for at the beginning of this meeting, I just want to repeat that call and kind of ask for it myself as well, because this has been a pretty awful couple of weeks. And to that end, I would say that the governor, I think you heard her comments right at the end of session. We knew that we couldn't stop. We couldn't just stop without having the revenues, that we needed to find a path forward. She immediately got to work. I immediately got to work. We all did, trying to figure out what a solution could be. Sort of a Band-Aid approach is what we're calling it. It is not a transportation package. It is a near-term transportation budget fix, the entire goal of which is to cover the budget that was passed by the legislature. It's important to have, how would we measure our success? So at this point, I would say success for this framework is to be able to have a functioning agency in this biennia. I keep saying next biennia because I forgot I'm already in it. But that means it would include a lot of the reductions that were assumed as a part of the budget that was passed, but would allow the agency to move forward with kind of the key accountability provisions and all the other work and keep these, stop the layoff process from needing to occur, stop the maintenance facilities from closing. That is the desired outcome. We believe for that to happen, you really need approximately $325 million just for the ODOT side of that ledger. To get to that, we believe the best way forward and through partnership is to ensure that we can apply the 50-30-20 split. So that means the target we're working to hit right now is 650. And the other important component, which you're hearing come through loud and clear, and I know Chair Brown, you know this better than most, as we have transit districts in crisis as well. So there is a recommendation that that framework include a 0.1% increase for transit. That is not what was envisioned as the full increase for 2025, but it is designed to help stop some of the most direct and immediate service impacts that we can. And so that's what we've been spending our time on nonstop. Just presented that framework to the legislature, all 90 of them yesterday, and continue to answer questions. There are some other key provisions in there, but really very focused. You'll see the governor does believe it's important to move us towards a more stable future. Moving forward with road user charge does that, right? So there's some delay in the implementation date of that by 1 year, frankly, because we can't take on any additional fiscal impacts in this biennia to stand up a program. And we need to make sure that the staff can be in place to do that work. The accountability provisions that are important to the legislature remain. We also know that part of what we struggle with right now is an ongoing concern about the fairness issue for our ratepayers holistically between the light and heavy users. So there's provisions related to that. But again, in general, this framework approach is designed to happen quickly at a special session, which I don't think I said the date of yet, which is August 29th. Come in, get this done, stabilize the agency, and then get back to work on the bigger conversation to address the many, many incredibly important transportation needs that were identified by the legislature over the past 2 years. That work was incredibly important work. There's a lot that still needs to be done. You've heard a lot about projects today. Our safety issues are not being improved by this. Our bridges are not getting replaced with this. There's so much to come back and do, but for now, we really do have to get to a place of stability, and that's what the governor's framework is designed to achieve. So with that, I honestly just wanted to give you a little bit of time. Number one, I kind of just wanted to be with you. Feels like I should be with you today, and all of you, and then also give you time to ask any questions that you have of me, so that we can stay in touch.
So I do believe Vice Chair would like to ask a question, and I'll let the other commissioners too also.
Not a question, but a comment. Ms. Brooks, thank you for coming this morning and sharing that perspective. I know on behalf of our employees, all of them who are very hardworking, we really appreciate the fact that the governor is calling a special session, and we're hopeful that the legislature, given a second chance, will address this issue. But I think it's important is we have this public discussion that people realize that what's being proposed is really a Band-Aid. It doesn't address the long-term issues, and they need to do that. They need to address that. So I know the director and the staff is here to be as helpful as they can be, and we wish you well on it.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Chang. Maybe.
Here we go. Thank you for joining us today, Kelly. I love hearing about this mini package or Band-Aid. I have a lot of concerns about the legislature being willing to come back afterwards to work on all the other stuff, road user charge, bike ped, rail, bridges, all of these things that we need in a comprehensive package. I'm wondering if you could comment on, if we can get this Band-Aid, through, what are the incentives or motivations to get the legislature to come back and do a real transportation package later?
Yeah, no, it's a question I'm getting a lot lately. I will tell you, the thing that I think will bring everybody back is how many people are unsatisfied with this proposal right now. They understand the need for it. They know that we need to get it done. And there's a wide coalition of people who know they need to come back. And so I believe there's so much that people wanted to see here. There's no capital in here, right? And again, I like capital a lot. Most people who get involved in transportation really appreciate the opportunity to move forward and advance projects, and that's not here. So and as you just heard, there's a lot of really important work that needs to be done in that space. So I believe there's a lot of incentive for people to come back. There's also a role that we play and that you all play, I think, in helping guide this conversation. One of the key findings that came through the management review and the strategic review was the need for like a 10-year capital plan or something, right? That allows us to better delineate where we want to invest beyond the STIP. And I think there's a real opportunity to start that in earnest. Again, if we can get stabilized. Right now, I don't know who would run that. But like if we can get stabilized, kind of with earnest, move forward with some type of a meaningful conversation about what our investments should be, I think that will help guide us. And I tell everyone, this is going to be another conversation in 27. It's going to have to come back in 27 in some way. And a lot of the components of House Bill 2025 that were related to some of those things were slated to start in 27. So I think there's a way to bring these things back together. But yes, I hear you. And I do see a path though. I do. Yeah. Sorry.
Mr. Baker, do you have any comments or questions for Ms. Brooke? Or did you have a follow-up, Commissioner?
I have a separate question, which I would ask if there's time, but I want to let my colleagues please get in there first. Okay.
All the time in the world.
Tracking the transportation package discussions through the legislative session. There were all kinds of accountability concerns, cost projections, cost containment, revenue forecasting, revenue accounting. Arriving on the OTC at the moment that I did in the fall, I have learned that I keep asking questions about these things that legislators are raising, and I keep hearing from the agency, yes, we fixed that problem. We fixed this problem. We have addressed this concern. So I'm sort of in this funny place between hearing all of these accountability concerns, understanding that there are accountability provisions in that we're moving forward and that are going to be in this mini package. And understanding what else we need to do. So if part of I guess the question is the challenge, just the perception that nothing has been done about these accountability measures, in which case it's our job here at the OTC and at ODOT to re-emphasize to people all the problems that existed and all the problems that have been fixed? Or are there additional things that we really need to do and which should be taken care of at the commission and administrative level? And if so, I would love a list of those things so we can set staff directly to work on them.
Yeah, well, I might have that for you. So we did, like with Governor, I were kind of grappling with some of the same questions right towards the end of session. And again, as we were all really hopeful that we could get something comprehensive done, these questions continued to be raised. And so I'll give it to you. I think it's 7 pages long, but did a full memo to the Oregon legislature, which captured, because the accountability work lives in a lot of different places. And I think that's one of the things that makes it hard to track. But so we have the accountability provisions that were in House Bill 2025, which is a pretty limited set of them. There's a whole set of recommendations that have been made either through the legislative review or the strategic review that the director led that are underway. A lot of those things can be done within the agency. Some of them are underway. Some of them need resources. There was a set of accountability provisions that were baked into the budget. So I just told you there's $55 million worth of reductions in the budget. So when we get this done and we get this special session and we actually kind of solve the immediate crisis before it, that solution in and of itself includes accountability provisions based on some of the reductions that are baked in it. So I think potentially what we've lost is just the overall scale and the various work elements that are underway or in progress. And I will get you something that kind of walks through that, but there is still quite a bit more to be done. I mean, it is really, one of the simple things, which I know is underway, but is a better project dashboard. Like we have a lot of information, we do a lot of reports. How do we centralize those so it's better, like easier to get information? I mean, so it's both, Commissioner. You've done it. There's been a lot of good work done. There's a lot more work that needs to be done, and it lives in a lot of different places. And it's on all of us to try to communicate that more effectively, I think. Yeah.
Thank you.
First, just to piggyback on Commissioner Chang's comments and questions. I think, looking for a bit of a silver lining in what's happened, and it's hard to find a silver lining. The ODOT executive team, led by our director, has had to go through and completely rethink the organizational structure of the agency. And there were some things that had come out of our employee survey and the audits and so on that were, good comments. And I think that we've probably got an opportunity when the dust settles here to say, now is an excellent time. If we need change, let's go ahead and make those changes. And I think the spirit in terms of, making the changes and putting accountability where, there's a belief that we need to, now is just a perfect opportune time. But I will also say that whatever action the legislature takes in the special session is not going to repair the damage that they've done to this agency. Morale is terrible. And you think about what we have put this team through, and the expectation should not be that we get new funding and everything's going to be great, that there's going to be smiles on faces and that we're going to go charging into getting back to work the way we have. We've lost some really good people. We have a whole bunch of people that we haven't lost that we know are looking for jobs. We've got 483 families that have had to face the decision that mom or dad's going to have to go find another job. So this is going to take some time. And I think the governor's office and the legislature needs to understand that when they put the Band-Aid on, that it's going to take a while for this agency to get back up to speed, because it's really been hobbled. So it's really unfortunate, but maybe there is a pony in here somewhere, and I think some of that can be stepping up to some of these structural challenges that we've been asked to do and some of the accountability stuff. But we not only need to think, Kelly, about restoring the jobs. We need to think about how we restore the passion for the job and how our people feel out there. You know, it's really hard. When we were talking about cutting overtime 2 winters ago, to have a conversation with our maintenance teams that want to keep the snow off the road. And if their shift is over and it's snowing and they're the only one driving a plow, they want to be out there. And they're the first ones to say, oh, we're not going to charge you for overtime. Well, we can't do any of that. That's the kind of people we have out maintaining our highways. And we need to get a spring back in their step.
Yeah, but I'll just say I'm part of one of my functions is to listen. And I am hearing you, and I'm hearing the pain, pain and chaos that has been unleashed on our team, on the state workers, which are the most important resource that we have. I carry that into every conversation I'm having right now for just so folks know. When we're talking about implementation timelines, I make it clear where we need to extend those timelines, because we have, even if you get the fix in, folks need time to regroup and rebuild a culture of trust, frankly. And it is taking all of us together, and also rebuilding relationships and a culture of trust between our office and the legislature. All of that's important right now in order to get this across the finish line. So I do hear you. I think it's important to continue in your role to give voice to that, and I will continue to do the same. We will have a lot of work to do. We got to get this done, and then the work will continue. I hear that. Yeah.
Vice Chair?
Yeah, I think it's important to realize that the commission and I think the staff welcome all the accountability language that's in the bill. And I really appreciate it, and I think the commission really appreciated the governor's letter to legislators outlining most of that. Observation I've made to many before is this commission recognized all of that, most of that at least, a year before, and started implementing most everything that's in the bill before. One of the realities that I know as a former legislator is legislators don't focus on things until something draws their attention, and it's human nature. You don't really think about what's working well. You wait until something pops up, and then you try to find fault with it. So that's good. I think if one of the positive outcomes that could come from this is getting stronger involvement of the legislature, so they're more up to speed on what's going on, understanding. And I recognize that's very hard for them. We're very focused on transportation, but that ain't all that the state does. And, there's a lot of other things that are going to draw their attention. So again, I just want to say I'm really supportive of the governor's support for the agency and what she has expressed to the legislature about that, and her involvement, making sure that we're accountable. It's the duty of everybody involved in state government to make sure that we provide services to the public as they expect and in the best that we can.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chapman, would you like to make any comments or have any questions?
Thank you, Kelly. I'm going to try to simplify things for the sake of all of our guests and just really get to the elephant in the room. We, as the OTC directing ODOT, have to think about both operations and maintenance, all the people that are at risk of losing their jobs, and these major projects that need a funding source. And I think we've heard from our commenters, why don't we just move the money from here to there? It doesn't always work that way. But we have really two problems. We have the maintenance and operations that needs to be funded with your gas tax, your registration fees. Those are going down because people are buying more fuel efficient cars, driving less, which is good, but also putting less money into the system. And the cost of maintenance is going up. So we're running out of money. We need to transition to a road user charge. Everyone agrees with that. It's expensive to implement that new technology. It's taking time. That solves one problem. And then our bridges are going to fall into the river. And we have gaps that are unaffordable. So we talked about tolling. We talked about different ways that we could fund those projects. The governor's put that on hold. Then we go back to the legislature and say, how do we fund this gap? They weren't able to pass a package. And then we had a federal grant that has been rescinded. So what we're talking about with the special package addresses the bleeding, but how do we fund the rest of the projects? How do we deal with the congestion and the safety and the bridges literally falling into the river if there's an earthquake? And I don't know how we're going to get there. And I don't think anybody feels confident after we failed to pass a package in the short session and the long session, the special session is going to come up with the answer.
Right. I think one thing I could tell you is the reason to be focused right now is because there's a path to being focused and solving the immediate crisis. There needs to be some additional conversation about how we get to those other elements that you just talked about that are critical, and a coalition that needs to build that path forward together, and identify tools to pay for them that will be resilient. I hear you. You know, we've pointed to things in the past, hasn't come through, came up with solutions as a part of 2025 that appeared to be, no pun intended, a bridge too far for some folks to be able to support that package. The work is still there. The need is still there. I believe there's enough support and need to get there. But I also think we're going to have a slightly different conversation about how to do that to make sure that when we come back, we're ready.
So I get to go last, I believe, unless there's any other questions or comments from anyone. So Kelly, thank you for coming. I know this isn't easy, and I can see it on everybody's face in this room, the things that are tracking through their mind. I've been really involved in this whole package as the vice chair and as all the commissioners, but I know that some of us this has really been critical. And for those of you that don't know, I run a transit system. We were at a fiscal cliff and we knew it was coming, and we've been saying that, and that was why transit was part of the package. It's nothing different than what ODOT has said over years after year after year. I've been on this commission for a long period of time. I'm almost done with my tenure, and we've been saying this, and people haven't listened. And then all of a sudden, a crisis happens. And I remember last year when we were on the roadshow and sitting with the maintenance crews and having lunch with them and talking to them personally. And they're like, what are we going to do? And then I told them, we are going to go into a crisis mode. And it's going to be really, really uncomfortable for all of us. Because without a crisis, people don't listen. They don't pay attention and they don't listen. The state of Oregon is very bad at understanding how we are funded. They are not paying attention to what is going on. And now all of a sudden it's all coming to a head, because it's not just transportation, it's everything. Everything is in crisis. And it's a really bad spot for Oregonians because we're feeling it in our souls. The Band-Aid will bring back ODOT. I can tell you that my federal funding was paused and I was laying 82 employees out of 138 off on my transit system. We're back to 63 employees still being laid off. Every time you shift and you have to do this, you have to reevaluate how you're going to provide a level of service. And they're right. I mean, the commissioners have said morale is down. Key people have left. They have found other jobs in other states or in other places. And so now we're in a spot where it's going to take us time to rebalance. And we need the accountability piece to stop in that conversation. We are accountable. We have things in place. There's reassurance. Please give us the time to do what we need to do as a commission. Let us do our job. The other thing is for the ODOT employees, you know, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that it got to this level to where you all of a sudden have to make critical decisions in your lives with your families. It's heartbreaking. I know I've talked to the director and I said, I haven't slept at night in probably 2 months. I haven't woken up in a panic. This is terrible. We are really impacting. And guess what? We are impacting employment, which is what pays for all of this. We're in a crisis and we're going to have to work. So what I'm asking today is not of just your office, not of the commission, but also our leadership. Start working together. quit infighting, quit making everything so political, and really get down to work and start looking at what we can move and what we can fix. And we are going to have to prioritize in the state and figure it out. And if we can't do that, we will fail. And the bottom line is the entire state will fail. And so I just want everyone here in this room to know, talking with the commissioners, this leadership team is bought into what we have to do, and it's hard, but we will do what it needs to be done. And today, listening to all the testimony, it's heartbreaking because both sides are compelling. But we're going to weigh every single thing that is presented to us today, and we're going to try to make the best decision that we can. And I think at that point, I'm going to stop. But I just really feel that I want to thank you for coming before us and sharing, and thank the governor for trying to put together a special session and a Band-Aid. To the legislators, get to work. We have to get this fixed. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Y'all know where to find me.
Yes, Vice Chair. Maybe
I get a light on.
we keep turning your mic off.
Madam Chair, I think we're ready for the consent agenda, but I would like to ask first that we remove the items 5 and 6, which are the audit report from the consent agenda. And my rationale there is really, I've read the reports and I don't have a problem, but I think we ought to discuss them more, and probably we don't have the time today if there's a reason. But I really think that in the sense of accountability, we need to start spending more time with the audit reports when they come into us. So that would be my request if there's no objection. I would move adoption of the consent agenda with items 5 and 6 removed.
So we have a motion to remove those from the consent calendar. Is there discussion?
I would concur with that. I think that audit reports ought to come to the whole commission. We had one clean audit report. We had one audit report that was not clean, and it all by itself, I think, produced some interesting dialogue in terms of, it's kind of a microcosm of maybe some administrative stuff that is going on that needs to be fixed, and it's more than just how we deal with paper. It has a whole lot of implications relative to our being able to recruit small and minority businesses to work for the agency. So I fully support taking it away and would love to have it come back on the agenda. The other that I'm wondering about is the STIF report. I had a chance to spend some great time with Suzanne Carlson and talk about STIF and the process. And I think it's worthy to have some time on a future agenda to talk through it, because we've got some interesting things relative to the setup of the QEs. I know in Region 1, there's a lot of conversation from Clackamas County and East Multnomah County. We had it just this week, and so I would really like to have that one get a full vetting amongst the commission at some future date, so we can either accept it and or we can take it off and ask for it to come down the road. I've got one other comment, and that's on the STIP amendment. Going through the details of the changes, one of the details is the elimination of a rumble strip project in Marion County. It's $1 million. It's a safety project. It was taken off the list because Marion County objected to the noise and encroachment on the bike path. When we see a project of this magnitude, it was over $1 million earmarked for safety, and there's a decision to pull a safety project off. I think those are worthy of a discussion too, and maybe highlighting, because everywhere we go, the first subject that people want to talk about is safety. This was kind of unusual to see a safety project come off. And so it's just a comment on that.
Okay. So Commissioner Chang, did you have a comment?
I did want to comment on the audit items, 5 and 6, in the spirit of trying to deliver the heightened accountability that everyone is asking for. I think it's great to pull those and review them later, as long as we don't need to, as long as there's no time sensitive action. I mean, and I guess that would be my question about the items that Commissioner Baker raised as well. If we don't have time sensitive need to vote on those items, then I would support pulling them as well.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, the time sensitivity for the items 5 and 6 for the audit work, we can certainly bring that back and have that conversation at the very next meeting. There are audit timelines that they need to follow for their diligence, and so that's why it is on here, but we can certainly raise that discussion at the next meeting. And then for the other 2 items, the stiff report and the stiff, those were both intended to be a longer item to have a fuller discussion. Those are a little more time sensitive here, but we can certainly bring back more conversation about the specifics of those at a future date. And then I'll note that the stiff program update really is in anticipation of giving you that update in advance of the January 26th timeframe. So my recommendation would be to keep those items on and pull 5 and 6 for future discussion. That said, it's certainly at the will of the commission.
Okay. And then I guess Commissioner. Nothing. Okay. So we have a motion on the table. All those in favor of pulling items 5 and 6 from the consent calendar, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, we'll pull those 2 items.
And did we adopt, the motion was to adopt.
And adopt it too. Oh, sorry.
Approve
So-
the consent agenda minus those 2 items.
Yes, I'm sorry. I misunderstood your motion. Okay, so does everybody understand that we're adopting the consent?
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And
All right.
but I do think that to get to Commissioner Baker's concern, it would be great to have further evaluate, a review of those items at a future meeting, even though we've approved them at this point.
Agree. We will bring those back next meeting.
Perfect. So I've been asked if we can take a real quick break. So we're going to take a 5-minute break. 5 minutes, is that enough? Great, thank you.
I'm so with you. May is lost.
Everyone in the room, your break is over. Now, we're gonna get back to our agenda, but I do want to make a change in our agenda. Right now, I'm going to be moving the Rose Quarter, which is item F, up to now because there are so many people that have come to hear this information. And so we're gonna move that item up now. Surprise. I'm seeing some eyebrows go up. So, okay, here we go. So we're now gonna move, it becomes item number D, but F.
You're on.
I don't know my alphabet.
It's okay. Hello, Chair Brown, Vice Chair Byer, and Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Penson. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you and provide an update on the implementation of the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project Phase 1A construction. We are on the scheduled path to construction of Phase 1A with the notice to proceed scheduled for signing today pending the outcome of this meeting and the direction of the Commission. We currently have an August 25th, 25 construction date for Phase 1A. Phase 1A addresses the safety aspects of the project. It is primarily focused on deferred maintenance and stormwater, but is also a critical starting point for the project. This scope of work provides needed improvements to the I-5 corridor that are required both for the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project and regional needs. Stormwater improvements are required to prepare the project for construction and to meet ODOT's Portland Harbor Agreement with the Department of Environmental Quality. The bridge preservation of the I-5 main line is necessary to maintain and preserve the existing I-5 system, including seismic, rail safety, and bridge deck upgrades. The building of the southern portion of the southbound auxiliary lane between I-84 and the Morrison Bridge improves safety along that stretch of the highway. Lastly, this phase provides independent utility work independent of Phase 1 of the project. All these elements are necessary to address deferred maintenance and to prepare I-5 for the full project construction. Phase 1A construction is scheduled to start August 25th, 2025, and go through the fall of 2026. The current overall construction cost estimate is $624 million, with original construction authorization for Phase 1A being $65 million and Phase 1 being $559 million. April 2025, Phase 1A negotiations between ODOT and the Hamilton Sunt joint venture occurred, and the construction cost for Phase 1A came in higher than their previous estimate from the fall of 2024. Thus, the full scope as previously contemplated could no longer be delivered with the $65 million STIP budget for Phase 1A based on time and inflation. Based on the assumed parameters of managing to budget and minimizing delay to schedule to still achieve a summer 2025 construction start, the Rose Quarter project team defined and negotiated a scope refinement to remove the deck overlay portion of the bridge preservation work from Phase 1A. The approach to leave the deck overlays out of the baseline notice to proceed, adding the decking back in after the notice to proceed is issued, achieves the immediate delivery goal. With that being said, The construction authorization estimates remains to be 65 million. However, we will transfer 10 million from phase 1 to hold overlay and gore pricing to phase 1A. This will increase phase 1A cost estimate to 75 million and will leave phase 1 with 549 million for construction costs. However, this will not increase the overall construction project cost of 624 million, as the design team has identified cost savings in phase 1 to stay within budget. We plan to achieve all the scope of work programmed for phase 1 with our decision to shift 10 million to phase 1A by continuing to manage costs in the following ways. We will continue to look at refinement opportunities in phase 1 design upon completion. We'll maximize incorporation of value engineering ideas into phase 1 design. Milestone estimating will be done under risk-based model. We'll work with HDR design team to require completed designs at milestones so that there is confidence in the pricing being provided by the Hamilton Sunk joint venture and the independent cost estimator. We'll include statewide estimator to ensure we are keeping up with the market trends, demands, and current bid prices and trends. We'll strive to freeze scope early in design with durable decision-making and by placing limitations on partner requests to more efficiently proceed with design to the PS&E completion. ODOT is committed to the I-5 Rose Quarter Improvement Project as it was part of the direction outlined in House Bill 2017 for ODOT to address congestion and safety on the 1.8-mile stretch of Interstate 5 at the Rose Quarter. In addition to this project addressing safety and congestion, it will make a positive impact as ODOT collaborated with the community and local partners to design a project that best meets the safety, connectivity, growth, and vision of the area and community. ODOT has advanced its commitment to the Oregon legislature to deliver the I-5 Rose Quarter project by developing the first construction work package, phase 1A, scheduled to begin construction in 2025. In addition to the STIP funding, ODOT has received $37.5 million out of $450 million in obligated funding from Reconnecting Communities and Neighborhood Grant Program to date. The Federal Budget Reconciliation Act, recently signed into law by President Trump, includes language to rescind unobligated balances of awarded grants under the Neighborhood Access and Equity Grant Program. Earlier this month, ODOT was notified that any unobligated funds from the Federal Reconnecting Communities Grant would no longer be available to successful grant awardees. This $412 million reduction in available funding impacts on the program finance plan, which Travis will go over with you shortly. Due to the change in funding, ODOT is seeking the Commission's direction on the future of the project. Here are the options for discussion. 1, proceed as planned to move forward with the breaking ground of phase 1A. This option would move forward with phase 1A construction and continue designing Broadway-Weidler phase 1 using the $30 million obligated Reconnecting Communities Fund, as well as evaluating what can be built with the $147.5 million of state funding, including potential construction of the northbound I-5 auxiliary lane between I-84 and the Weidler Road ramp for safety and operational improvements, which plans are close to 90% design level. And continue assessing reduction concepts to bring the total project budget within the 1.5 billion to 1.9 billion range per commitment at the May OTC meeting. Option 2, Pause to evaluate the project's next steps. Pause and reevaluate the project and determine if there is an opportunity to redesign the project in a way that reduces costs while still meeting the transportation safety, connectivity, and growth needs of our state. Although the scope of work identified in Phase 1A is required and funded with state highway funds, at this time, there isn't identified funding for Phase 1 with the most recent rescinding of the RCN grant. This path has the potential to trigger additional NEPA analysis, additional design and construction costs, and impacts delivery timeline of the project. A year or more delay in construction will increase the cost of the scope of work in Phase 1A, which must be completed at some point for safety reasons, whether or not it is completed as part of the Rose Quarter program. In addition, there are negative cost impacts to the project if we pause the project at this time, such as the bridge deck overlay is overdue and will likely turn into a full deck replacement at a much higher cost and have a greater impact on the traveling public versus the structural overlay that is currently in Phase 1A plan. Failure to construct stormwater facilities under I-405 may place ODOT in violation of the US EPA Portland Harbor Settlement Agreement. The project may experience a penalty above the inflationary percentage from subcontractors in the form of no bids or an added premium in their bid price, given how ODOT turned down their current bid. The Hamilton Sutton joint venture has already purchased the various bonds and insurance for Phase 1A between $3 million and $3.5 million. There will be consultants and staff costs for redesigning to update specifications, secure new permits, and renegotiating the new construction contract with the joint venture. The loss of revenue, many CMGCs and DBEs will be significant as they have already turned in pricing and have reserved their workforce for the work on Phase 1A. Also, ODOT has already displaced the City of Portland's fleet to provide space for construction staging. The city could ask for compensation to move their fleet back and use the lots again. Or without continuing forward with Phase 1A construction, these lots could sit empty and ODOT would be responsible for security and keeping them clean, adding cost and burden to ODOT maintenance staff. Now I'm going to turn it over to Travis to discuss the Rose Quarter financial plan.
Thank you, Tiffany. For the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance and Compliance, and I have been a partner with the Urban Mobility Office with working through the finance plan for this project over time. So I wanted to sort of give you an update on where we stand now with this latest federal action. This table, while it has a lot more numbers than I would normally want to share with you for simplicity's sake, really is designed to give you the full sense of all the funding sources and where they're being applied, how much has been allocated to the project, how much has been expended, and the balance of funds. So what you see is the total funding available to the project now is just a few dollars short of $450 million. That is after you added $250 million in that HB 2017 UMS column. That was the action you took last December as a commission to allow us to move forward with Phase 1A and Phase 1 in conjunction with that Reconnecting Community Neighborhoods grant. As Ms. Penson noted, that has now been rescinded by action of Congress and the Federal Highway Administration. All of the unobligated balances, $412.5 million, have been pulled out. So in that column, the RCN grant, you see there's $37.5 million available for preliminary engineering and utilities. The construction funding is now been zeroed out. So we have no access to that funding anymore. So this gives you a sense of the total resources available. There still is sufficient resources to move forward with phase 1A. And this table reflects that transition of funding from the phase 1 construction up into phase 1A construction. The additional $10 million to bring you to a total of $75 million. I will note that you have a decision before you today about whether to move forward with phase 1A. There will need to be further conversations in the future once you make this decision about whether to issue the notice to proceed and move forward about the future of the project as a whole and where we go from there. But this is the decision that is before you today. And certainly there are larger ramifications for the overall urban mobility strategy finance plan. We would anticipate needing to bring you back an update to that. I believe that will be our fourth update of that finance plan since we initially brought that to you a couple of years ago. But we intend to make sure that you have all the information you need to make the decisions going forward about how to invest these resources most effectively and how to move forward those projects. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and Tiffany will as well.
Vice Chair.
Travis, can you expand a little bit that one comment about if we do 1A, what does that mean in terms of impact going forward if the legislature doesn't come up with a financing plan? I mean, would that number grow? Will that complete the project? Will that complete the phase 1A as we discussed it?
Vice Chair Byer, Chair Brown, the funding that you have made available for the project is sufficient to complete phase 1A, the $75 million initial work that is largely the more of the good repair and stormwater work. The challenge is you see the phase 1 construction, there is now $137 million after stripping out the RCN grant. As Mrs. Penson noted, that is actually several $100 million short of the funding that is needed in order to deliver that phase. Yeah. So given that this is literally news that broke less than a week ago that we have lost that grant, we have not gotten to the point where we could tell you what we could do with $137.5 million in terms of construction, whether there are viable options for moving forward with elements of the Rose Quarter beyond phase 1A. We also do not know if the legislature at some point will put additional funding into the Rose Quarter project. That was clearly an element of HB 2025. While that may not be something that is considered as part of the special short session on August 29th, there still is legislative interest in this project. So I think you're going to have to weigh a variety of options about how to move forward overall with the project and in conjunction with the Abernathy Bridge. As the funding between Rose Quarter and Abernathy, all of that urban mobility strategy funding is fungible between one project or the other. So you have choices to make about how to complete both projects.
Go ahead.
If I can, I want to make sure that I completely understand this. The money that's in 1A essentially basically goes for dealing with deferred maintenance and meeting the stormwater needs, our legal requirements with EPA. It doesn't necessarily confirm or preclude changes in the project going forward. And I see that as a recognition that this is a project that the legislature designated in 2017 and frankly had a funding stream attached to it in that time. Projects changed a bit, but the intent was there, and it's really not up to this commission to decide to cancel a project or not cancel it that the legislature has put forward. We certainly can't go forward unless they provide the revenue, but that's their decision, not ours. We're in a position of doing essentially the deferred maintenance that needs to be done at this point. I'll be real clear because this can be misconstrued. I think the Rose Quarter project is really a good project. I thought that way when I was in the legislature in 2017, and I continue. It's changed quite a bit since 2017, but I think it's a great development project, and I think I'd like to see the community of the metro community and the state move forward with it. And quite frankly, I'm a little surprised that in all the testimony that we've heard today that we have not had any comment from the metro governments. You know, the city, I'm surprised the city of Portland isn't here. I'm surprised that the Multnomah County isn't here. And I'm particularly surprised that Metro, as the primary transportation agency, isn't here to express their opinion on this project. But it is as it is, so we have our own decision to make.
Commissioner Chang?
I wanted to dig in a little bit more on the boundary between phase 1A and phase 1 as well. If I'm reading this table correctly, there are these $30 million for design and engineering that we are talking about including in phase 1A work. Is that correct, or is that not? The design and engineering, will that be part of the phase 1A bundle of work that is implemented if we proceed with the recommendation to move forward with phase 1A, or is that a separate decision?
The $30 million is for the design of phase 1.
Yes. But are we talking about moving forward with that design work right now, or are we not talking about moving forward with that design work right now?
Yes, the team is currently designing that as we talk right now. And we do have our owner's rep here, Monica Blanchard and John Maloney, and they're designing that phase now. They're doing the work now.
So that $30 million is already
being used.
It's already in motion.
Yes.
Okay.
And Commissioner Chang, I would note that you see that that's the $30 million in the RCN grant, because that money has been obligated. That cannot be used anywhere else. I do
Right.
not believe the federal government would allow us to de-obligate those funds from that and re-obligate it somewhere else. So you face a choice essentially. Do you use the federal government's money, or do you give it back along with the rest?
Got it. Yeah. And I guess the reason I'm asking is, you know, like Commissioner Byer, I believe in the whole project. I very much want us to get to a place where we can implement phase 1. With the funding chaos that has been created at this moment. Yeah, I don't see a viable pathway to doing the phase 1 work after we do phase 1A. But I guess, okay, if that design and engineering work is already underway, it is conceivable that design and engineering work will point out to us pieces of phase 1 that could be accomplished potentially within $137 million. Is that the correct way to think about this?
I'm gonna go out on a limb here and you guys correct me, but $137 million is not enough money to start dealing with the cap of phase 1.
Okay.
Right. And so it's thinking about what are some ways that we can use the $137 million to improve some safety things like the ramps and some things like that need to happen as well. But we will definitely need more money to start phase 1.
Okay. So maybe this design and engineering work will give us a phase 1A2 or something like that.
Well,
I point to a phase 1, you know, another kind of incremental piece, because I'm following you. The cap that's going to cost $400 or $500 million. You know, you either do it or you don't, right? It's not there's not pieces of that can be done.
And I don't know if we can get to a phase 1A. So what the team is doing now is just looking at ways that the $137 million can be used to continue to work on the project and improve safety things around the transportation pieces as we go. But $137 million is not enough money to start building the cap. So I just want to be transparent with that.
Yeah. And I mean, I guess looking at these pieces, 1A and 1, for all the reasons that have been given, this is stormwater and deferred maintenance work that we have to do anyway. We have made contractual obligations for some of this work. I believe we should proceed with phase 1A, but I also want us to be very mindful of not promising anyone that we can make any progress on phase 1 at this moment in time.
Commissioner Baker?
Thanks, Chair. A couple of questions. You mentioned the independent cost estimator. And the last time we were together, I had some reservations about the methodology that they were using because I didn't think it was reflective of what's happened with our costs. And they selected, as it was described, a conservative 4%. It's interesting, Tiffany, the reason I raise it is if you take a look at compounding expenses, at 4%, it takes about 18 years to double the cost of something. At 8%, it takes 9. So as we start thinking about this, and there's been, there was a whole series of years, about 18 years in a row, where our highway costs, our highway construction costs, the highway construction cost index increased about 3.5% a year, up and down a little bit, but then it was quite steady. Then we ran into 2020, and coming out of COVID and into the supply chain problems that we had, there was a quarter, actually third quarter of 21, where we saw highway costs inflated to 32%. It was a lot of the reason that 2 years ago when we were struggling with the number of our cost overruns and we were trying to put our finger on what was going on, Commissioner Sharon Smith reminded us of the position that we were in with supply chain shortages and the massive amount of inflation. Well, it's dropped back some, but it's still at the latest numbers that we can see from the feds. We're still around an 8% inflation rate. And the last quarter, it actually went up again. So if you take a look and you average things out, our costs have been increasing at least, and it's been bumpy, 10% a year inflation. Now, what we can't do as we go forward is make a mistake in these assumptions. I'm not an economist. I'm a pretty average bean counter. So I can make sense of the numbers. I know you're not either. But who can we go to? Who do you go to in the state to get some help on this number? Because I question the 4% and I don't want to make a mistake. And I don't think anybody in the room wants to make a mistake as we put our arms around this and we put together our finance package. Do we go to the state economist? Do we go to the treasurer's office? Do we have somebody on staff? Who is it on your team that is looking over this and giving our independent cost estimators some guidance in terms of where we think we should be? 4% might be the perfect number. I doubt it. And the other thing I'll tell you is that 8% that we're experiencing, that was before the steel tariffs. Yeah. And when we talked about this last time, steel tariffs were at 25%. Since then, they've gone to 50%. So how are we getting our arms around making sure now going forward that our estimates are as close to what we think the future is going to be and not wishful thinking, which I think 4% is?
So as I understand it, and as we reported on last time, we did the FHWA cost estimate, and that is what gave us our numbers. And one of the things that we had promised to do based on throughout in different phases of this project is to do that more frequently. So we'll have the most updated numbers. That 4% came from FHWA. The one thing, and thinking about it, I mean, appears to be a low number, but that is what was given to us from FHWA. Also, we can't control the unforeseen, and tariffs and those things are one of the unforeseen things that we can't control. But what we do know is that time on these large projects, time is the enemy, right? And so the more time that we take to complete these things, that is where there's inflation in those costs and all of the things. So for the questioning the 4%, who to go to besides FHWA, I think that's a conversation we should be having, the team. Yeah, do you want to come up?
Chair Brown, commissioners, my name is Monica Blanchard. I'm with the owner's representative team on the Rose Quarter project, primarily assisting with the construction portion of the project. So within ODOT, they do currently have a project controls office that is monitoring inflation, among other items around bid prices throughout the state of Oregon, as well as meeting with other states around the country, and especially in these uncertain times, to evaluate how they are tracking and projecting inflationary prices as well as other bid prices. And so I think going forward, we'll continue to work with that office, and they've been very involved with the Rose Quarter to date. But as Tiffany mentioned, there are certain things that we can't control, but we need to get better at doing that. And I think through the focus in that office at a statewide level, they have improved bid pricing certainty on a lot of different projects. And so that's who we'll continue to work with within ODOT. We also, within our consultant team, have a lot of folks that are tracking this at a nationwide level through reports from different agencies such as the AGC and others that are putting out reports specific to the construction industry, and we are tracking those as well.
I think what's going to be really important, and this goes back to accountability. A lot of people feel like we're not accountable when these estimations aren't really clear, that they change rapidly. All of a sudden the prices change. And I think that one of the things as we move forward, if we move forward, is that reporting out to the commission is going to be really, really important, that we're on top of this, that we're showing these things, and that there isn't a surprise. I worry a little bit about the price tag now and that 137 million, how much we're going to cut into it. Probably going to cut deep into it at some point because of these factors that are starting to that pop up. And so again, I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I think that we have to be better at really making it clear to the public what is going on. We can't wait until it's so out of control and we're making huge decisions and trying to figure out how we're going to pay for them. And so even in this, if we accept the idea of moving forward with 1A, we have to keep control of this. I see a director wanted to.
Can a couple more?
Sure.
Oh, sorry. So as long as you're here, good to have you. As it relates to the repair on the deck, so the bridge overlay versus the risk of having to do more construction work down the road, have you done any kind of a time value of money calculation on what that means if we do it now versus if we wait? Is there got any comparisons?
We have not done direct comparison on that work. I mean, there is a lot of, like Tiffany mentioned, there's the inflation cost. There's also the risk. We have negotiated with subcontractors and put the contracting community through a lot so far to get to where we are. And so there's not only the risk of, the inflation costs that we're seeing. If we push that out, there's also the risk that the contracting community prices, either we won't get bids from some contractors, or those bid prices that do come in will be higher. An official analysis, we have not done that yet, but we can.
Yeah, I think it's important when we bring forward the risk of waiting, that we define the risk and make some assumptions, and that the commission has an opportunity to listen to the assumptions and make a judgment, rather than not having that calculation done. Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
You sure?
No, but I'll let you because I'm nice today.
Can I note something before you ask the question that ties in
Yeah,
here?
of course.
I just want to note that Hamilton Sutton Raymore, the joint venture, they have been true partners. And one of the things that they are agreeing to is holding the pricing around the deck overlay. And so I need to point that out, that everybody is really in this together. And I just want you guys to understand and know that.
Okay. You presented us with two options, and there's more options, and in my mind. And the second option that you presented, which is pause and then go reevaluate the design. I think that there's an option that would say at some point, whether it's before 1A or after 1A, that we pause and we wait on funding. Rather than go through design and redesign, we have a project that has been thought about and vetted, and we've gone through the process. It seems like at this point, and there's been a lot of compromises in terms of the size of the freeway project and where we've moved, and we've taken some cost out of it and so on. Why would we, if we decided to pause, go through redesigning it? Why not just wait for the legislature to tell us if we've got the funding before we go through that exercise?
Go ahead. Okay. Well, so pausing and redesigning and everything, that comes with a price tag within itself. I gave two options, but I personally is working on the project. Moving forward with phase 1A is the option because it is a safety situation. It is deferred maintenance. It is all of those things. So pausing, whether we pause before or after, that's where we get into time. Time equals inflation. Time equals all of the things. So, I mean, if you want to add more to it, but.
Yeah, well, the issue is we don't have the money. So, I mean, we can, see a path potentially to 1A, but beyond 1A, it is very ambiguous. We don't know what the legislature is going to do.
Absolutely.
So, as we think about these options, I think that we might want to consider other options other than the two that have been presented to us.
Thank you, Tiffany. I just want to clarify. My interpretation was that option one is to move forward with 1A. And I think just for the sake of clarity, let's call that phase 0, because that's the compliance work that has to happen.
Yep.
If and when the aux lanes and the cap happen, this has to happen or we're out of compliance with our harbor agreement. So we're talking about moving forward with phase 0 and then pausing on phase 1 and everything after that. Or we're talking about pausing on everything. And I just want to clarify here, there's no option 3, right? Like there's no full steam ahead on the Rose Quarter with no way to pay for it. 1A, I just want to go back to the cost of option 2, because I'm looking at my notes here and I want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly and that all of our visitors are understanding this correctly. If we pause on phase 0, 1A, we're pausing until after the special session at the end of next month. But let's be real, based on what we've just heard from the governor's office, we're talking about pausing until after the election in 2026, when we're going to have a real conversation about long-term funding. So the money for phase 0 is available now. Unlike the remaining funds that we were expecting to come from the session, the long session that just ended, the federal grant that got rescinded,
And of course, the tolls that were always intended to pay for this since it was envisioned in 2017, that money is missing. We need to figure that out, but the money for phase 0 is here now. And then the cost of not doing that, will be sued for being out of compliance for our harbor agreement. We'll be sued by all of the contractors here that have incurred $4 million in bonds and hired all these people that could have been working on other jobs that have been standing by waiting for this to happen because it's supposed to go to construction in a couple weeks. And then there's a cost to the future projects. So as a business owner, I want to talk about that. If I'm not going to get paid on time, I have to factor that contingency into my bid, or I don't bid at all. And as we've seen with so many overruns, when we have a sole source contract out of necessity because nobody trusts ODOT to pay them, that costs money. There's a cost to trust. And this is a cost that we're passing on to every future project. So if we renege on 1A, how much does that really cost us? I don't think we can even calculate that. So it's not a feasible option for me. Am I correct?
Yes. Yes, you are. You are correct.
Vice Chair?
I was just hearing from a contractor. We did see that in a little project we have up the road. Yeah, one did. I just wanted to comment on the comment about waiting on design. I will say that that's sort of how we got here. The legislature in 2017 bought a concept that hadn't been scoped, wasn't clear what was going to happen. Some disagreement on that, and they approved a project, directed ODOT to do it with the dollar amount that wasn't even close to what it was going to cost to do it. I think there's some real benefits in having project better scope, maybe with some options that puts the legislature in a position where they can make a decision about it that makes some sense.
Yes, Commissioner Chang.
I want to dig into some really wonky bureaucratic detail. There were a number of comments that this morning that said, use this money for to build housing instead, or to do all accomplish all kinds of other public goals. And I appreciate that. We have a lot of needs across state and local government. But it's really important for people to understand that, you can see it looking at this chart here. We're talking, when we're talking about phase 1, we're talking about $70 million of urban mobility strategy funds from House Bill 2017. We cannot use those funds for operations and maintenance. We cannot use those funds for non-transportation purposes. We cannot use those funds for public transit. So what the choice we do have right now is to use those funds on Abernathy instead. And so just want, everyone in the public to be very clear on that. We are not talking about flexible funds that we can use for anything any public purpose we want. We can use those funds for House Bill 2017 urban mobility strategy projects. With that in mind, I'll say again, I already expressed support for moving forward with phase 1A, but I think that because this is work that we are required to do anyway. We need to do the stormwater work for regulatory compliance. We need to do this deferred maintenance bridge work because it's just going to cost us more later, and because it's a safety hazard right now, because we have made contractual obligations. I think it's appropriate for us to move forward with phase 1A.
Vice Chair, did I hear that you wanted to say something else? Okay. Any other comments? Well, the beauty of being last is that you let all your colleagues vent their spleen and they hit all the marks that were already in my portfolio of things that I was going to say. But I really feel strongly that we need to move forward with phase 1A. But with that said, everyone in this room needs to understand that beyond that, there is no money. And it's going to be up to collectively everybody in this room to figure out how we are going to fund the rest of this. And, you know, there's always the old saying, you know, well, we'll cut the project, we'll change things. Well, it's not that easy. We saw that with the bridge. We have a plan. You need to move forward. Doing your cost estimations in the future will help legislators and others figure out a path to funding. But I think that this commission, and I will see as we go forward to vote, feels as though you need to understand, we are not saying that we are going to move forward with the complete Rose Quarter. It's not up to us at this point. It's up to the people who have the purse strings. So that said, I'm going to stand down my comments. Any other last comments from the commission? If not, I'm going to entertain a motion from someone. I do have someone who would like to make a motion.
Chair Brown, I move to proceed as planned with Rose Quarter Improvement Project Phase 1A construction and continue designing the Broadway Widler Phase 1 using the $30 million obligated NAE funds.
All right. Any discussion? I guess I
Do you
need a
need a
second.
second?
Sorry, I forgot where I am.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'm going to do a roll call vote. So I'm going to start with Vice Chair Byer.
Both aye.
Commissioner Chapman.
Aye.
Commissioner Baker.
Aye.
Commissioner Chang.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Thank you. Thank you for coming. Vice Chair would like to make a comment.
I would just comment that, you know, we've had lots of discussion about this, and I know that a majority of the audience is from the Portland area. I would just observe that, I guess I disagree with Commissioner Chapman. The legislature has an opportunity in special session, that's next month, but that's probably not realistic. But they do have a regular session in January. And after that, y'all have a legislative delegation that makes up about 20% of the legislature, and you have an opportunity to talk to them in the interim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. We're going to move forward and get back onto our agenda with D, which is now E. The post-legislative session update. Not that we want to revisit it, but we will.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, Director.
Madam Chair, while the room is settling, I might offer that this presentation is really framed around some of the updates, which frankly would be repeat for you, but also getting into the service impacts and the impacts of where we currently sit. It's a snapshot in time, and we think it's important to walk through that information. And so I'll defer to the team to march us through that, but we'll focus most of our energy on the service-related impacts and what that means for employees and service on the ground for Oregonians.
Good. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the commission. For the record, Lindsay Baker with Oregon Department of Transportation. So as the director just mentioned, I will be exceedingly brief in these opening remarks. So you all might recall me being in front of you on the heels of every session over the past 7 sessions, I believe it's been, to do sort of a post-session wrap up. This will be pretty different from all of those. So we will not plan to go this morning over all the bills that pass, all the different budget pieces. We have all of that included in our legislative summary, which should be finalized here in the next week or so. And we will make sure that the commission has that for awareness and likely bring up some of those in the future. But this morning, I'm joined here by Mr. Brower, and then we have a rotating cast of agency leaders from across the organization to really talk specifically about the impacts, the consequences, and what is our hopeful and optimistic next steps for what was the absence of funding package this session. This was our very brief roadmap. I'm going to kind of skip ahead. You all know this. This is more for posterity than anything else at this point. And then I will pass it to Travis to talk about some of the more sort of financial pieces.
Thank you, Lindsay. Chair Brown, members of the commission, for the record, I'm Travis Brower, ODOT's Assistant Director for Revenue Finance Compliance. You know the story we've been telling you for 5+ years now, starting in early mid 2020, when we first went public and shared our long-term operational shortfall. We have a situation where most of the new funding that has come to ODOT over the last 24 years has gone into capital projects. So we're relying on a base funding that is now trending downward, even as our costs go up. And a lot of that is because those fees are set in law, 24 cents a gas tax and DMV fees, and that gas tax is getting less and less effectual, if that's a word, at generating money as vehicles become more fuel efficient. Cost of collecting DMV fees is going up. And so you actually see our forecast is the funding that we get from those base fees is actually going down. As a result, we have been cutting our budget now for really 5 years since we laid this out, taking progressively larger voluntary reductions to stave off insolvency. $171 million was cut from the budget in 23-25. We did that by holding hundreds of positions vacant, cutting back on our services and supplies, reducing spending wherever we could. And that has led to lower levels of service for Oregonians. However, we were basically able to hold things together, but we have been warning that we would not be able to do that into the future. And that future is now today. We have minimized service reductions by deliberately spending down our state highway fund balances. This is something we've shared with you over time, that and with the legislature, that our plan was if there was no additional money, we would continue to spend down our balances until we got to a zero balance. And again, that time is now. We show you here our balance of the state highway fund in orange is the total cash balance. That includes all the borrowed funds that we have available that cannot be used for operations and maintenance. They have to be spent by statute on those specific projects for which they're borrowed. Our balance that excludes the borrowed funds, the money that is available for operations and maintenance, is really hovering around zero. So people ask, well, why did you have to move forward on reductions so quickly? Why did you have to move forward on layoffs? The answer is our state highway fund is essentially broke. We have spent very deliberately, very thoughtfully, we have spent the money in our savings account with the expectation that we would be receiving some additional funds. And now we have the need to make those reductions of $354 million over the course of the biennium. The longer we wait, the shorter period of time we have to make those reductions, and we actually have to cut deeper per month. If we can spread those reductions out over a 24-month period, we have to cut $15 million a month. If we only had to do them in, say, a year, we have to cut $30 million a month, and that would mean much, much deeper layoffs and reductions. I'll turn it back over to Lindsay, and she'll cover the next section.
Yep. So I'll just kind of tick through these pretty quickly. Again, this is just a reminder to the commission of kind of what that longer term funding advocacy has been over the past 5 years. So really since 2020, we have been raising awareness about this revenue shortfall. And I think maybe the one thing I will offer as a particular note is last sort of winter fall timeframe, we really started to share out what the impacts would be from those voluntary reductions that Mr. Brower mentioned. I think in response to that, notably, the legislature invested $39 million of general fund in the 2024 short session. I think that was at that time quite unprecedented and a recognition, I think, of the legislature's awareness and acknowledgement that indeed we did have a structural revenue challenge, and in absence of some action, we would see service start to decline across the state. So certainly we had statewide tours, a lot of community and stakeholder engagement. We participated as an agency in a lot of the funding work groups that we saw last fall, and then certainly having ongoing conversation with the legislature up until June 27th of this year. I will not spend a ton of time on this because you all, I think, know these proposals quite well. And I think these are a reflection of the very broad categorical, what I'll call the muscle movements of each of these measures. So this session, there were many funding proposals that came out really on the heels of that initial June 9th timeframe when the legislature released that first funding proposal in House Bill 2025. The House Republicans released their own version of proposal, which really focused on no new revenue and instead redirecting existing funds towards operations, maintenance, and really, I think, addressing and remedying that overpayment that heavy carriers were responsible for. There was a proposal introduced by really Senator Pham and Representative Gamba in the House that really focused on new and increased revenue. I think took what was the House Bill 2025 version a little bit further, investing more in public and active transportation and really in EV transitions. And then House Bill 3402, which was one bill that was introduced at the very end of session. Let me rephrase. It was a placeholder bill that was amended to really be that kind of interim funding plan. And this was the 3-cent gas tax, a bit of revenue, a bit of registration fee and title fee as well, which was really intended just to bridge the agency, really backfill that $350 million gap just for the balance of the 25-27 biennium. As we all know, these efforts were not fruitful and the legislature adjourned sine die on the 27th without passing either a full funding package or an interim funding plan. So I'm going to pivot now really to talk more about what's happened on the heels. And maybe I will start first by saying this cannot be overstated, the degree to which this is an incredibly dynamic situation and set of circumstances. So I think as a leadership team and certainly as an organization, we have been working diligently in trying to ensure a level of stability and clear communication about what is and what is not happening, how decisions are getting made. And I really want to acknowledge the work and the partnership with our colleagues across the enterprise, Governor's Office, Department of Administrative Services, and our union leadership and our union coalition as well. So with the reductions in spending that were projected, and I'm going back all the way to that sort of agency request budget timeframe that this body endorsed in the August 2024 timeframe, recognizing that $354 million budget gap that remains unclosed. So our attempts to manage towards that budget shortfall was really the work that we're doing presently and really started many weeks ago. Our approach you can see here on this bottom pie chart is looking at about 50% of, I'll say, savings or reductions in non-personnel related spending, about 28% of elimination of vacancies. That is the 449 number, elimination of positions that were already held vacant. I will think back to Mr. Brower's comments earlier about we've been taking voluntary reductions over the past 5 years, including holding positions vacant, which is putting further strain on already strained crews and already strained teams across the organization and every division across the agency. So that 28% you see here on the bottom is complete elimination of those vacancies. The 23% you see here is the additional on top of elimination of vacancies, the number of individuals across the organization that received a layoff notice on July the 7th. So these numbers, and you'll see here on this very bottom of the bullet points, that resulted in 483 layoffs. Those are, again, individual people, and 449 vacant positions eliminated. You can see this top pie chart really reflects sort of the percentage or the kind of proportion of where those broader reductions were taken based off of agency divisions, more or less. Anything you want to add to that?
Just to note that those reductions by division were consistent with the agency request budget you approved last August. So that was the basis for that, as well as the legislatively adopted budget that was passed.
One more thing I might add, just thinking about back to that August 2024 commission endorsed agency request budget timeframe. I mentioned also this is a very dynamic process. The budget that you all endorsed back in August of 2024 really established what I call and think of as an approach to how we would reduce spending across the agency. This was not exactly specifically what was included in the ARB because that passage of 11 months occurred and we had a different set of circumstances, but certainly as Mr. Brower indicated, that top pie chart reflects that approach that was endorsed by the commission. So again, here really looking at what our broader approach was. I mentioned earlier that we've had ongoing partnership with our partners across the enterprise and our labor unions in particular. We really focus on minimizing layoffs, preserving core services, and then rebalancing workloads. And I think maybe more importantly, recognizing that there will be a necessity in the future to continue to rebalance those workloads, continue to deprioritize perhaps the things that we have already determined are high priorities. And that is a very ongoing and dynamic conversation. The piece I'll offer here as well, really looking back to these partnerships that we've had really in place, are looking at both the operational decisions, right? How do you balance the workload? How do you make sure that core services are being provided to the extent possible? And then the people decisions. They are not mutually exclusive, but they are distinct. I'll pause.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Baker has a comment or
Well,
question.
I was really wondering what exceedingly brief was going to be out of Lindsay.
I'm sorry.
A question for you
Certainly.
on the positions that have been eliminated. So we've eliminated 483. Now, between now and hopefully the time the legislature puts the Band-Aid on, and we eliminated by position, not by person. But if we have a position that wasn't eliminated and somebody retires or moves or leaves, are we in a position to refill that vacant position? So I'm just wondering, do we drain more out and not be able to react between now and the opportunity to?
Certainly.
Does
So
that make-
I will.
that
I
question
will
make sense?
The question does make absolute sense. So I will take a first swipe and then look to the director and Mr. Brower to correct or confirm. So just to be very clear, we're talking about 932 jobs. Is how I think about it at that macro level. Of those, 483 are layoffs that are already in flight. Notices have been issued, and those are for individual humans that are both in permanent positions. Some of those were temporary, and some of those were in what we call limited duration positions as well. In addition to the 483, there are 449 that were already vacant as of July 7th that we've gotten sort of rid of entirely. We have zero plans to reinstitute. As we go through the process of moving through the layoff, there's a lot of provisions and a lot of, I will say, prescription, I think, in terms of how we reassign folks, how things sort of shift out that sort of natural friction as people maybe retire or find new employment. We've also got this layer of that has been extended now until September the 15th, allowing more time for all of that process to conclude. And with the hope, I think that the August 29th timeframe for special session means that we will be able to reverse, I think, to some degree, some of these pieces. The last piece I'll note before I look to the director and Mr. Brower here is that the majority of these positions and these individuals are in represented positions. And so the collective bargaining agreements that are negotiated by the Department of Administrative Services Labor Relations Unit and those individual unions are the governing document that that describes and prescribes exactly how we move through. I will also offer that we've got, I think, 2 now letters of agreement, sort of an amendment to those collective bargaining agreements that are governing this process specifically. And I think in recognition of the fact that when we think about 483 layoffs, this is the largest layoff in the history of state government. And I think the volume and scale is unprecedented and accommodating, I think, and reflecting on how we actually make that workable for the agency and most importantly for every one of these 483 individuals.
So Vice Chair has a comment or question.
We done?
So in answer to the question, if a vacancy occurs outside of those prescriptive actions that have been taken, can we fill it now or do we have to wait?
Yep.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Baker, we can't. If
You
it's
can.
outside of a layoff impacted position. That said, that's not a universal truth. So it's not that we can in every circumstance because it might impact based upon bumping and other things associated with those collective bargaining agreements. So each one would have to be assessed. So an example of that would be, we are moving forward with the recruitment process for the delivery and operations administrator. That is not on the cut list, and that is not one that can be bumped into. And so that is one that is safe for us to move forward with. But we're freezing the rest. And so as we think about, or many of the rest, I should say. And so as we think about the impacts, we have to be cognizant of potential bumping rights for the collective bargaining agreements.
How much time do you think to remove all the ambiguity, out of it? Because I know it's crazy for our people.
Commissioner Baker, I really appreciate that question, even though it's hard to answer because our people need and deserve and want certainty right now.
Yeah.
And the thing that we can be certain of right now is the first phase for those that have received impacted notices. The bumping process can take months. And it's dependent upon choices that are individually made by those employees that have those rights embedded within those bargaining agreements on purpose, right? So this is by design to work this way. And it does lengthen the process. And so we will have to adapt as we get to the end. But that bumping process could take months and be far beyond what many employees would want as far as their own finality in these decisions.
Thank you.
Vice Chair, I believe has a question.
Just the 449 vacant positions. Did the legislature remove position authority for those?
Vice Chair Byer, Madam Chair, they removed some of them, but not all of them. So just as a quick reminder, the legislature passed our legislatively approved budget at the end of session. It removed 50-something positions. I can't remember off the top of my head, but some positions, some of which, but not all of which, are included within that 449 number. Yes.
For those who don't know, agencies can only fill positions that have been authorized by the legislature. And while we could voluntarily leave them vacant, they can take them, you can't fill them if their authority's gone. So that's confusing.
It is confusing.
Yeah, and Vice Chair Byer, I would note when Ms. Brooks was up here earlier, she mentioned that the legislature had already cut $55 million from the budget when they approved that legislatively adopted budget. That was by removing vacancies and some other reductions across the agency. So those are all factored into our work in both of these pie charts.
Okay, so this is what I was sort of mentioning earlier, this 932 across all divisions across the agency. And these are both the vacant positions that were eliminated as the 449, as well as the 483 positions that were laid off. And so you can see this kind of distribution across maintenance, across project delivery, finance and budget, all the divisions that are represented here. And then this is a different snapshot, which again shows those vacant ones, 449, and then the filled, including limited duration and temporary assignments, which totals that 483 positions across the agency. So with that, I will talk a little bit about the service impacts of this reduction in force and what we're seeing already and what we will continue to see, as these stretch on, and ask for the folks sitting behind me to be ready and on deck to come up. So we will see, I think, a lower level of service across the state. There really is no division and no body of work that is unimpacted by this reduction in force, and that will likely continue to be the case over time. I think I have thought a lot about, and really, frankly, I've gotten a lot of the question of, does this mean we're doing more with less? And the answer is no, it means we're doing less with less. We have been doing more with less for a number of years and a number of biennia already. And I think this means all of the things you see here. So all of the work gets slower. The livability of particular areas, I think about the graffiti and litter in the Portland region, does not occur. There's significant delays in plowing, more winter closures that has impacts on the freight mobility of the entire state, of communities becoming connected and becoming disconnected from critical services. It also had, I'll note here, there's the 12 maintenance stations in that kind of initial wave, right? And the remaining crews across the entire state are going to be stretched thinner than they already are. This really cannot be overemphasized, I think. And frankly, it introduces, I think, a level of increased risk and safety risk to all the folks who are on the road, both employees, contractors, and Oregonians. The other piece I'll note here is that we have some pretty significant reductions as well in our support services division. So our information technology, our human resources, our contracting and procurement section as well. And all of those individuals support the rest of the agency. So we will see those kind of secondary and maybe even tertiary impacts from having those support services folks unable to do those critical pieces of work on all of our IT systems, right? Think about the messaging signs above the highway. All of those things are going to be impacted in some way. So yes, Commissioner Chang.
I just wanted to ask about the maintenance facilities before we move on. I can tell that there are, of the 483 layoffs, that's broader than just these 12 maintenance facilities. But can you give me a sense of how many of the, basically how many positions those maintenance facilities account for of the 483?
Certainly, Commissioner Chang and Chair Brown, I do not have those numbers on the top of my head. I will offer that it's 12 maintenance facilities of roughly 80 across 80 total maintenance facilities. How many employees that is, I do not know. However, Mr. Winsheimer and Mr. Neval are both going to be prepared to speak to more of the specifics of the maintenance and project delivery impacts. And so I believe they should be able to answer some of those questions.
Okay. And then, yeah, in my packet, as I was reading it, it was challenging to see this map.
Yeah. Yes.
But I was going to ask for a map, and maybe this does this already. I was going to ask for a map that basically displays the 80 maintenance facilities, which ones are being closed and which ones are still open, to give people just a spatial sense, a geographic sense of how far away are the currently active maintenance facilities from their location and their needs for de-icing, snow removal, etc.
Certainly.
Because I think that just spatially seeing that is going to be helpful to some of our state legislators to digest kind of how well they're covered within their district at this point.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Okay, with that, they're right here. Thank you.
Good morning. Darren Neval, Region 3 Manager, so Southern Oregon. I'll be talking about the maintenance. I'm sure Ryan will jump in as I misquote something. And we'll get into the facilities a little bit as we go along. So just a little bit of background about me. I started 34 years ago with the department as a maintenance worker. So I was one of those out there on the crew. And I can tell you, I think Commissioner Baker spoke to it earlier. They are very dedicated employees. They care about the roads they maintain. They care about the communities they live in and they work in. And this has been tough. I can tell you that. They are struggling with what kind of level of service we're going to be able to provide. And so we're trying to help them through that, but it is a tough time for them.
Sure.
Yes, go
ahead. Thanks for bringing it up. And I think it's really important for everybody to realize when we're talking about these crews that we're giving them an assignment coming up that they are going to fail at. So you take a very motivated group that you have out there that are really dedicated, and you're going to say, okay, you're going to fail this winter just by the nature of our service cutbacks. And so it was what I was trying to get at earlier in my conversations with Kelly. We're asking a whole team of people to do your best and fail. And that's not a very happy place for anybody to be in. So, anything that we can do, of course, I mean, if we're out and around and, we can stop or whatever we can do, I know that everybody up here is going to try to do our best to be helpful to you. But, the other thing that I would add is that, again, the time to be safe is when you don't have the time to be safe.
Yep.
So, that produces shortcuts. Sure, I can do that. I'll get there a little faster. All of those kinds of things. And I think, doubling down on our safety messages every single day and making sure that at least we ground them in a place where they can go home at the end of the day, to their family and be safe. Yeah. So anyway,
appreciate that.
I think we really appreciate what you're saying. I mean, we've had enough lunches with them now that, you got super people out there.
Yep. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. We are talking about safety every day right now, especially even though we haven't done the cuts quite yet, their head is not in the game. And so we're really concerned about that right now. So, yeah. Good. Well, let me share a little bit of what we went through before we selected the positions we had to lay off. On the maintenance side, we do have some services and supplies. And so some things that we did ahead of time, because as Lindsay mentioned, we really tried to look at services and supplies before we cut people. And so we are not replacing any fleet in the maintenance group this biennium. That is not a long-term solution, but we did that to save people for right now. But there's impacts to that, right? And so currently we are at, we're going to be over half of our fleet is going to be on its service life by the end of the biennium. So we're going to lose about 10 to 12% further in the hole by the time we're done. We have a pave patch program that helps us maintain the pavements out there. We cut that for this biennium. Again, not a long-term solution, but we did that to save people. After those type of examples, we still are cutting 382 positions. 212 of those are people that we handed out layoff letters in the last couple weeks. So, and 170 were vacant positions that we've been holding, some up to 2-3 years that we've been holding. As you see on the slide, we're closing 12 maintenance stations. Again, a year ago when we shared this, we were going to close 17. We were able, by some of the service and supplies, we were able to save 5 of those. But those 12 we are planning on moving forward with. Also, as Commissioner Chang mentioned, we are working on a map that shows those 80 sites, which ones are closed and which ones are impacted, because I believe almost every one of them have lost staff. And some of them are below kind of what we call appropriate crew size. About 5 is kind of what we say is a crew size. We're going to be below that in many areas. And so that means we're going to have to bring crews together to get routine work done. Also, some of these will not be able to cover 24/7 coverage during winter maintenance and incident response. Also, we are getting many letters from our communities that are very concerned about these facilities closing. I can give you an example of Port Orford on the South Coast. They are writing letters constantly because they see the value in our people there. The fire departments are calling, the police departments are calling, saying, please don't close this down. And so we're hearing that across the state as we work through this. And then the other thing, I think, just as we close maintenance stations, a lot of those, especially in the rural areas, those are valuable jobs for people in those small communities. So I'll move on to the map that we have there.
Move on.
Yeah.
Darren, a real quick question. So on these maintenance stations that close, how close is the next station? I mean, that to me, what's going to be the response time? Because when I'm looking at some of these, I mean, at Canyonville, okay, there's always Central Point or whatever, it's within an hour. But for some of these, in my mind, I'm trying to place them. It's like, where is the response going to come from?
Yeah, I mean, we're changing boundaries in between crews, but it's in some places it's doubling. It's 50, 60 miles. I don't know if you got any other examples, but it's in that range, I would say, that we're moving.
I think.
Yeah. I was alarmed to see both Sisters and Detroit, for example. Just thinking about the commute that I did last night to come over here. So it's
yes, that's a big gap.
And I see, I look at that list and I think about the Central Oregon region and I see Swiss cheese. Detroit, Maupin, Mitchell, Sisters. I mean, there's we're creating a lot of gaps.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason I want to see the map is I think that some of those are very long gaps.
Yeah.
Yes, Director.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could for just a second. So you are highlighting probably one of the biggest concerns that we have as a team. Over and above our employees show up every day because they want to provide that service, right? So if we start there, that's where they want to be. That's the reason they got into this business, and that's why we're doing the work that we do across the board. We then say you've got a 45-minute call time, right? So we call you, there's an incident, you've got to be out in 45 minutes. Well, now they're an additional 60 miles away from the ability to call. And so those employees now have to cover that extra distance. And they have to do that with less employees. So I've had several questions, I would say, over the last, month that have been, 30, 40, 50 years ago. The DOT was much smaller and you were still able to provide service. And we're several million more people now in the state. We're several million more credentialed drivers in the state. Areas where we used to be able to provide a repair on the roadway with a person doing the work and a person flagging, because the vehicle was coming by every 8 to 10 minutes, they now could be coming by every minute, every 30 seconds. So now we need a crash truck. Now we need people flagging. Now we need people doing the work, and we need to get back off the road just as quickly as possible because they're more exposed. So all of those impacts are actually significant. And then we have to cover more distance in order to accomplish that. So to the minimum crew size, 5 on a crew, that's a pretty skeleton crew. And to the safety talks that we have before every day when employees go out, in some cases, we will have employees talking to themselves about being safe because the crew size will be diminished and we have impacts that need to be addressed, like plowing and things like that. So it's a compounding thing, and the maps will be important. And even that, they won't tell the whole story because of the crew reductions that we will have at those adjacent sites to then cover that distance.
Good. And then I'll move on to our winter level service map. You can see that on the screen there. A few things there. We are not gonna, you see, we took out level service A. That used to be our interstates. We are showing a level service B and below on all our highways. Every highway took at least, we dropped at 1 level. We are still assessing that right now. We really need to see where the layoffs actually happen, the bumping process happens, and kind of the outcome of that before we can finalize what winter will look like exactly in all these locations. Also, you see the dark purple or maroon color on there is a level service E. We did not have near as many of those in previous maps, but what those are seasonal closures. Those are closures that we basically put up gates or signs and say we just can't maintain during these major storms. A few examples I just wanted to share across, we've been talking across the regions on different impacts that we're seeing. And just, I want to give you some examples of that. Siskiyou Pass in my region takes 27 employees to maintain that 24/7, and that's at a level service B. Currently, we have 9 employees. Now we might be able to get some temporary help. We don't know that, but that's a huge impact. And to the point of our employees are going, what do we do? So Region 5, they could be down 77 plows with the layoffs, loss of vacancies. And again, if that temporary winter service or winter help can't come to us. So that's a huge impact there. We've closed Highway 30 because of the fire in June, just because of the damage that it's caused, and it's not safe. We don't have the money to restore that yet. We're still trying to figure out what we're going to do there. Because of the Sweet Home facility closure, we are talking about preemptive winter closures on Highway 20 in that area. And then limited response and service to Highway 101 because of the closures of Rose Lodge and Port Orford. We will have, as we talked about, bigger gaps there to respond. And then I think you guys have mentioned this, but we're losing institutional knowledge of the sections in the highways. And then we are seeing retirements right now and people leaving just because of instability. We hope we can refill some of those positions, but I think we got to wait a little while for the process to happen. Last few things I had was just all these reductions are on top of $59 million in reductions we've taken on the maintenance side in the last three bienniums. So that these numbers are on top of that. The general fund money we received last year was a huge help that we were able to hire some winter help and
materials for winter and that kind of, and striping and that stuff, that's all gone. You know, we've pretty much used that. We'll have some materials for this winter from that money, but then it's gone. So lastly, just a few other things that's not on the slide that I just want to highlight that will be impacted. I mentioned striping, fog lines. We're talking that fog lines will go away again on those lower volume roads. Our permitting process, we've lost some folks in our permitting program, and we'll have longer processing times for that. We're considering rest area closures. We know that's a hot topic, but we're considering that and having some discussion about that. Our vegetation management will be reduced. We're just trying to figure what that looks like. Fire support is going to look different. We just don't have the resources. And then I think somebody mentioned earlier, graffiti and litter is going to be cut a lot. We're just trying to figure out kind of what that level will be like. So that's what I got for the slide.
And commissioners, I'm Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the ODOT Region 1 manager. And if I might just add one example to that, that Darren was sharing. I did have the opportunity to speak with the Hood River County Administrator recently. Very concerned about what's going on. We're keeping our offices open in Parkdale, in Cascade Locks, and in District 9 in Region 4 there, but at much reduced levels. And we're talking about, well, how are we gonna keep the gorge open? How are we gonna react? How are we gonna do these things? And that we need to be getting together and talking about how we respond together. But to exacerbate what we're seeing and our ability to respond is that they don't have capacity either, because they're seeing cuts as well from some of these gas tax revenue issues that they're also seeing. And so they also don't have the capacity to do that. So we are getting together with those communities and talking about what does that impact look like? It will look different. It's going to be more impactful. And how do we make sure that the communities are able to anticipate what that might look like for them?
Seeing correctly on this map.
Yours.
River Valley.
Your mic is off.
Oh, I can't see that. Three there.
On I-84.
Not I-84 on 35 running up the Hood River Valley. Is that blue level of service D?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just kind of tying off your discussion with the Hood River County Administrator.
Yeah, and a big piece of that is we're going to have to be dedicating basically all the resources we have at trying to maintain and keep the interstate safe. And then when it does close, which we expect that it will, figuring out how are we going to get those folks off the road? How are we going to help them out of the situation that they're in, get the road closed or keep it safe? And we're just not going to be able to get to those other places that we were able to get to a couple of times a shift. We're not going to be able to get to those at all anymore.
Thank you.
Commissioner Baker?
Yeah, just thinking from an economic perspective, what about the ski areas and access to the ski areas? And
yeah.
You got that letter too?
Oh.
I got that letter.
I didn't get the letter. But
yeah. I'll share, and I'm sure Ryan's got a perspective there too. We're talking about what that impact is, and we're gonna. I can tell you, Mount Ashland is interested. We're meeting with them next month to talk through what that will look like. But it will be a lower level service in those areas as well.
Yeah. And there's people more qualified to talk about this than I am, but talking specifically about, for example, the snow park program, where there is a fee paid, revenue is generated. And we've in the past been able to dedicate our staff to making those facilities passable, using our staff time and using the resources and funding from that. But we just don't have the staff now, even if that funding was available, to provide those resources in some of those places and provide the maintenance of those facilities. So some of those conversations that we're having are some of those ski operators maybe need to start looking at a contract service of some type for certain pieces of those that are done under the snow park program. And then just us trying to maintain the highways that access those facilities on.
So is the issue there that the snow park permits don't generate adequate revenue to do the work? Or is the problem that the snow park permit revenue will be there, but you just don't have the people to do the work?
The latter, yeah.
Vice Chair, did you have a comment? you know, this is a prime example of one of the conversations I had with the maintenance crew this last summer was about the chaos, you know, when you're creating this crisis and people are making the assumption that we're doing this to hurt them, that ODOT doesn't have a problem, et cetera. And in reality is people's expectations of what they deserve as an Oregonian is extremely high. So using the ski resort as an example, I want to go skiing, I want to have my recreation, but I don't want to pay for it. Well, somebody has to pay for it at some point, but this goes a lot deeper. Now, I mean, I remember just recently, I got the letter from Ashland. I also had a conversation with somebody who said, how am I going to get to Bend if I can't get over through Diamond Lake and 22? And I'm like, well, you're going to drive a long ways because to get to Bend is going to take you a lot longer and you're going to have to go around because they cannot plow the road. And I think that the piece that I'm really concerned about is that our employees are dedicated. And I know that they work extremely hard during these weather related or even fire related incidents. And they're putting their own safety at risk here. We cannot allow that. We can't allow them to be hurt because of our inability to fund the programs. And I was thinking about when you said all the letters that you're receiving, I think we should dump them all in the governor's office or in the legislative offices and say, look at this, read them, because these are real people that have real concerns. Because they don't always make the connection where they should complain. They're complaining to us, but we don't hold the purse strings.
Yeah. No, I very much appreciate that idea. If it was possible to sort those by legislative district and get them to the legislators from those districts, I think those would be very helpful for people to see.
Thank you. Hand it over, Ryan.
Sure. And so I'll introduce myself again. I'm Ryan Winsheimer. I'm the ODOT Region 1 manager. And today is actually my 19th day in my anniversary, my ODOT anniversary. Since you were talking about your experience, it just hit me today. I noticed it on my calendar. So I'm pleased to be here this morning and to talk to you guys about, on behalf of the division, to describe some of how the lack of funding is impacting the project delivery side of things and our team. As the slide shows, project delivery is going to be losing 323 positions. That's approximately 22% of ODOT's project delivery staff. Layoffs of the scale across the state will impact projects under construction now, projects currently in development, and the quality and capacity of our staff to provide services to our local government partners who have come to expect that service from ODOT. Losing experienced staff with a wide range of advanced degrees, specialized certificates, licenses, and extensive technical knowledge developed over years will have lasting impacts to the organization. Most concerning to me in the short term is the loss of key construction personnel across the state, such as assistant project managers, lead inspectors, surveyors, quality assurance staff, who have critical experience, specialized skills, and direct project knowledge that cannot be replaced. Our highest priority and highest risk projects across the state, like Highway 217 widening, Outer Powell safety improvements, Center Street Bridge, and Abernathy Bridge widening, are all losing key positions, which is going to be adding tens of millions of dollars of risk to each of these projects, as well as the loss of experienced staff, which will most certainly lead to mistakes, additional claims risk, and avoidable delay.
It's Commissioner Baker.
Ryan, you might have just mentioned to the commission the losses on 217 and your senior staff out there, because that's one that I think really drives this home.
Yeah, and you are all very familiar with the Highway 217 project. It's been under construction for a number of years. We're going to be losing our assistant project manager and one of our lead inspectors. These are folks who are out on the project every day, guiding the work, directing the work, working with our contractor, managing claims, negotiating work. They're the ones who keep track of these claims that we do have, where we're seeing issues, documenting that kind of thing. And those are folks who, if they were to be walking out the door and what was going to be the end of this month, leaves the agency at a huge risk of not having that knowledge that is in their heads. And yes, we have reports and documents, but it's not the same thing as having the staff on hand to continue to deliver those projects. We're at a key place in that project. We're hopefully wrapping it up here in the next couple of months. We look forward to doing that. But we have things like an upcoming directional, or actually it's a full closure to remove the pedestrian bridge that's coming up this weekend. We have directional closures for paving that are coming up. Those are safety sensitive and very impactful to the public. And we're not going to have our staff that are experienced in doing this on hand. We need to pull those from someplace else. And we don't have more to pull from. So we're going to have to see delays and other things associated with that. So that's just one example. And those are also going to be happening on the Abernathy Bridge project and others that you're all very familiar with, that you know we have risk on, that we're trying to manage. And so we need to figure out how we're going to manage that moving forward. And we don't have places to pull more folks from in order to manage those. Does that answer your question? Yeah. The loss of key delivery and operations staff in every region across the state and across technical services is going to reduce the agency's capacity for efficient project development for services like permitting new housing developments, reviewing high capacity transit projects, reviewing and improving emergency repairs, and approving utility work. The loss of these experts will also impact our capacity to meet tribal obligations and regulatory requirements without archaeologists and environmental permitting experts to assist our project teams and the project delivery team with our project delivery teams. With fewer traffic control designers, cost estimators, and other engineering experts to work on each project, less will get done. Our external partners are also going to fill these impacts. With fewer local agency liaisons and local governmental partners, we'll see delays to their projects as well and additional costs to deliver them. Consultants and contractors may see slower payments as a result of reduced administrative staffing to approve and process invoices, and the public will be less informed about projects and the benefits we provide, as well as the system disruptions that they may encounter as we lose communication staff and see a reduction in project budgets for communication assistance from consultants. The Delivery and Operations Division is already implementing centralization of some disciplines, identifying skill gaps, and evaluating how to best optimize and utilize remaining resources. Resource sharing is common between regions, and it has been an effective tool for covering skill gaps on a short-term basis for capacity needs. But at this level of cuts, there's just not enough remaining staff to deliver the current volume of work. Reduced project delivery capacity, loss of institutional knowledge, increased risk to current projects in the delivery pipeline, and the inability to provide the level of support our partners and communities that we serve have come to expect will be felt for years to come. And unfortunately, due to the perceived instability of our organization, as Darren mentioned as well, and the uncertain funding outlook, we're experiencing early retirements and resignations in project delivery, which exacerbates the knowledge drain, further reduces our capacity, and will affect our ability to recruit moving forward. So until we have some more specific impacts we can share with you once bumping is complete and we've had an opportunity to prioritize operations and understand how that reorganization will look like, or once we see some funding and have an opportunity to understand what the Band-Aid looks like and how we might apply that to our process.
Director, could you maybe explain the bumping process to the commissioners so we understand why, when you talk about the 2 to 3 month process, what it entails?
Yeah, Madam Chair, happy to, and I will avoid getting into the specifics of the details so I don't misquote, but we have impacts that are across the entire lens of the agency. So it's from executive leadership all the way down to every employee that's represented as well. And so the impacts, they spread across a broad array. As you can imagine, it's 10% roughly filled positions across the agency. Of the represented positions, that's SEIU and AEE, they have certain criteria and processes that we follow as part of this process. One inherent element of those processes is if you're an impacted employee and you have the ability to bump into another position, and that's laid out in the opportunity that you have with the letter that that employee would have received, then once that bumping occurs, that triggers the next series of events, right? So it triggers the amount of time the employee has to perform in those positions. It triggers the displacement of another employee. It's those kinds of conditions that then trickle through. So each of those comes with a timeline, and each contract is just a little bit different. And it's also based upon geography, classification, et cetera. So it's not just looking at a kind of a single thing. There's many lenses in that. As those potential bumps would occur, then the next employee has their set of choices. That's, again, embedded within that process. And that's by design. Again, I will continue to reference that. We've had great partnerships from SEIU and AEE in this process as we've been going forward in this really difficult time that nobody wants to be in. But to be able to communicate what the end result is on those bumping sequences because of the time duration attached is just not something we can do quite yet. We will know more as the bumping progresses, and our team is working diligently to really try and minimize the impact of that as well. I also want to note that with the governor's extension, the effective date of the actual impact for that employee that will no longer be with us is now in that September 15th timeframe. That's great news, but we can't slow the bumping process because the bumping process identifies where those next moves would occur. And if we waited until then it would cascade even further into the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just to Darren and Ryan, I'm sorry, because I know you have the biggest impact here. And thank you for your professionalism. I know it's difficult.
Am I on? Okay. Good morning, Suzanne Carlson, Public Transportation Division Administrator. You may be surprised to see me up here because we are mostly funded with transit funds. We do have bike ped and other functions in our group. Yes. How's this? Yeah,
Perfect.
Now I hear myself too. Great, thank you. So we are experiencing layoffs as well. And I also want to acknowledge and thank you, Chair Brown, Commissioner Baker, and the others for acknowledging the human impact here. It has been tough and it's been a bit destabilizing and really impactful to my staff, to the work, to us carrying forward. We have been rebuilding our group. We've been adding a lot of capacity. We have the Statewide Transportation Improvement Fund, which has invested a lot of state funds into transit. As a result, we've got some newer positions and we've got some newer folks in those roles. So essentially, and I'm glad that I followed from Director Strickler's comments as well, based on the collective bargaining process, layoffs do have seniority as a big factor. And we've been impacted with 9 and actually now 10 layoffs with some changes that happened, as well as elimination of some limited duration positions. So we're losing some expertise. We're losing some expertise where we can't quite afford it, really impacting our ability to deliver on the funding side. It looks boring to say invoice payment, but as Chair Brown and others would know, that's us getting dollars and reimbursement dollars out to transit agencies for services delivered. Our roles were not eliminated per se, except for case of some temporary and limited duration. So we would expect to get other people have the opportunity to bump into some of these roles, but they'll be coming in fresh, probably without any transit expertise. So I know that I'm a much smaller group, but proportionally, we're probably seeing a little disproportionate impacts in our group because of that seniority factor. So just want to make sure that we're kind of on the radar as well for just that loss of expertise and the changes that will happen. We also have a lot of support from financial services and from other groups who do work for us, and they're being impacted as well.
Yes, Commissioner Chang.
Suzanne, I want to understand better the funding of the positions in the public transit division. So are those positions supported by the payroll tax revenue, or is it a separate stream of funds and the payroll tax revenue is what we deploy to transit districts around the state, or both?
Chair Brown, Commissioner Chang, thank you for the question. Our transit staff is primarily funded from both the statewide transportation improvement fund and federal transit administration dollars. We're able to charge essentially overhead or administrative dollars towards our FTA grants. And then we use those together to pay transit funds. We take that off the top, if you will, of the state payroll tax before we distribute it to the agencies.
Got it. And so is the impetus for these layoffs primarily a reduction in federal funding, or
No.
just that the payroll tax is not keeping up, or?
No. For our group, we're a little unique potentially, although I think you'll hear from others as well. Others can explain it better than I can, but the agency looked at state highway fund and business need and needed to make a lot of layoffs that Darren and Ryan Winchheimer were able to speak to. And then when that hit the collective bargaining process, we had to go through a collective bargained and agreed to contract. And when we followed that process, some of my folks who had low seniority ended up being in positions where they received a layoff.
Got it. So these will be positions that you are working to refill with people who are being bumped from somewhere.
That's correct.
Okay.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, I'm going to tell you I'm displeased only because my layoff correlates with FTA's layoff of federal workers along with ODOT. It means our federal funds aren't coming through at the rate that we expect. And that is part of our layoff. And so this is where I don't think legislators understand the impact. And I'm talking about on the federal side and the state side. When you start eliminating these things, people cannot deliver. And then it has a cascading effect. I mean, FTA has laid off 50% of their workforce. In our region, Region 10, which comes out of Seattle, Washington, our grant compliance and our grant agreements have been shifted to Atlanta, Georgia. And when I went to go get my funds, I had to deal with re-educating people in Atlanta, Georgia, where Rogue Valley was and what we do. And it just slows the process down. I mean, this has a snowball effect and it's just not good. I'm really worried about this. I'm worried about transit agencies are hanging on by a thread right now. This is going to have a huge impact and we're going to see it. And I'm sorry, Suzanne, because, the wrath comes down on you guys. Why isn't my grant being processed? Why can't I access my money? What is going on? And then it just goes on out. It really concerns me when I see there's 12 total being laid off in public transit division.
That includes just sort of the pause that we're in and that we have to wait for the process to
Sure.
play out for vacancies as well. And just lastly, I'll just say, people have been very impressive in this moment. People are suffering a lot, but they're also getting the work done. So we're looking to get some work done in advance as best as we can, and then just hopeful for the September 15th date. But with that, I'll share to my colleague.
Commissioners, my name is Amy Joyce. I'm the administrator of the DMV here at the Department of Transportation. If we could move to the
And
next
Amy, you
slide.
might pull your mic a little closer too. Thank
Gotcha. Or lean in. Great. Thank you, Chair.
you. Sure.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was doing my own slide. Thank you very much. So DMV had 19 position impacts. 5 of these were layoffs of temporary staff. So we employ temporaries in our field offices who come in and they can just take photographs all day or give drive tests all day, and that expands capacity for customers. 14 of these were vacancies. We had been strategically holding vacancies in headquarters so that we could position management them out to the field. We typically don't get new field positions, so we have to manage our own our books and try to get them out to field, but those vacancies were swept in the budgeting process. So I want to just quickly baseline so you understand what the hiring freeze and some of these other things are doing to DMV and most importantly to our customers who are Oregonians, who almost all of whom have to come to the DMV. So, our budgeted staff at DMV is roughly the same as it was 25 years ago, but there are about 1 million more Oregonians in that time, and they almost all have to come to DMV. And something that folks sometimes forget about the DMV is that a big portion of our work is not just that direct facing customer service, it's revenue raising for the highway fund. So of the revenues DMV takes in, about 75% of it goes back out into the transportation system. And so impacts to our ability to collect revenue impact what we're taking in for the highway fund. As of just this last week, when I checked, we've got about 30 really critical positions that we want to be hiring for that we can't. We have more vacancies than that, but when we look at what's really most critical, we've got 30 positions already. 23 of those are front counter staff in the DMV. And what that does, again, with being sort of my baselining was sort of how we're already sort of chronically understaffed at the DMV and our front counter, facing DMV work. And so just 2 weeks ago, we had 16 offices across the state that had over a 1 hour wait time on average. This past week, only 12 offices with that average of over an hour wait time, but many more getting on that, stressing that those are average wait times. We have offices where people who are walking in are waiting 3, 5, 7 hours or pulling a ticket at 9 o'clock in the morning and being told we will never get to your number today, so you need to leave and come back. That's happening mostly in the Portland metro area, but it is in other places as well. We are back to more and more sort of ad hoc day of office closures when we have staffing problems and we can't shift enough. So a customer might show up at the door at a smaller office and just see a sign on the door that says, sorry, we're not open today. That's happening more and more. And pretty soon I do expect that we're going to have to get back to where we were about 3 years ago, where we just start closing field offices for the short to medium term so that we can consolidate staff at larger offices and try to give customers at least some expectation that when they show up, our office will be open. We're down in our transportation safety office that handles the behavioral side of safety. We're down about 20% of our program staff. So that's going to impact our ability to change driver behavior. I want to talk too about central services. So I know Carolyn Sullivan will be coming up to talk, but I want to talk about the impacts to that. Central services, to me, I think of as the backbone of the agency. It's certainly the backbone of DMV. So they're never customer facing, but they make it possible for us to serve those 4.2 million Oregonians through IT, through procurement, through HR and facilities. We do a lot of IT work at DMV to try to bring things online, right? With that, the amount of customers, we cannot serve them all in person. So we've moved so many things online, or we procure other things. And that takes contracting specialists, IT specialists. I think our application development staff that are dedicated to DMV has been essentially cut in half through layoffs. So we're going to be down to basically keeping the lights on, and we probably won't do a very good job at that. Outages will take longer to correct, that sort of thing. Again, we do a lot of procurements at DMV, and a lot of it's sort of unsexy, keep the lights on stuff. And we're down to like figuring out which of those things do we keep doing, and all the cool new stuff that helps customers and alleviates some of those wait times is really just going to go on the shelf for a while. So our staff are morale is tough when you have a lobby full of people and your customers are getting angry and upset, understandably so. That is very hard on our folks who really want to give great customer service. And in a lot of places, they try to do the work with a smile on their face, but you got a lobby full of people and you're turning off the number pulling at 9 o'clock in the morning. It is a challenging situation. So that's what's going on at the DMV. And again, focusing there though on the impact to customers, right? So we are not serving customers in the way that we want to, in the way that we should. And that's going to be a long-term impact.
Did the kiosks help?
Chair Brown, kiosks are helping right now. What they do is just registration renewal. So that's building and growing. We want to add some transactions and we want to add some locations. It becomes harder and harder to do that because that's, again, it's a procurement issue. That's a vendor, but working on the procurement piece and then the IT piece to expand those services. But again, it's that investment up front that allows us to expand our capacity that we just can't do. But so we're working on that. It is helping to some degree.
I don't know about anybody else, but one of the things that I think, and this kind of goes back to cost estimation on a project. No, we're not doing a very good job of really, we're giving a number to the legislature of what we're doing in DMV, right? But we're really not meeting the needs of Oregonians. And I just feel like we need to come up with a plan of, this is how many people we absolutely need, this is what it's costing, and start paying for it. It's got to pay for itself. And then, you know, when we pull the money from all these registrations for all these other things, we're not even covering our costs of our DMV. What are we doing? It's like we're robbing Peter to pay Paul constantly, just shifting money. And this is one area I can tell you that Oregonians, they hate the DMV. They absolutely hate it. They hate having to go there, and they already have a bad attitude when they walk through that door, including myself. It's like, well, here I go. Hey, by the way, you know, I'm gonna send Amy a text. I'm in the door. Now, how long am I going to be here? And sometimes it's 5 or 6 hours. I don't get special treatment. But I do send pictures to her. Here I am. We're on this number. I've sent Travis many pictures of me being dead as a skeleton in the chair because I've waited so long. But this is the reality, and I really feel bad for you guys. I do. The staff have a really, really difficult job, and whenever I'm in there, I always try to prop them up because. And I've also told people to be quiet as they're complaining loudly. So.
Can I ask another question about the revenue streams and how we're paying for the people? I mean, so DMV collects, you know, registration and other fees from people. A substantial chunk of that goes into the state highway fund. Some of it is retained to pay for the actual operation of the DMV offices, but that doesn't cover the full costs of running the DMV offices. So there's more money coming from somewhere else. Is that, am I tracking that correctly?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, yeah, that's accurate. You know, the fees that come into DMV, many of them are statutorily dedicated to other things. And so I think we were in a spot about 2 years ago, maybe, and Travis can correct me if I'm wrong, where it's, you know, we're collecting over $1 billion in revenue in a biennium. We're keeping about, you know, 250 or 275, whatever it is, to run the operation, and sending the rest back out. And then we have to dip into the general highway fund to pull it back to keep us operating. So there's a disconnect there in terms of what we charge. We do a cost of services study every 2 years, determining if we take all of our expenses at DMV and divvy them up between the things that we actually charge for. Many things we can't charge for or don't. You know, what should we be charging for a new license for? You know, how much of a registration fee should we be able to keep to cover our costs? And many of those are not meeting costs.
And within the multiple legislative proposals that we saw go through this session and die, there was not a fix for this in any of those packages, was there?
Chair Brown and Commissioner Chang, yes, in the proposals that came out in June, many of the DMV fees were proposed to be changed, but then of course that did not pass.
I appreciate that they were proposed to be changed, but this kind of you know, there were increases, but did we fix the, you know, the portion of the DMV fees that aren't statutorily directed somewhere else is sufficient to actually run DMV? Was that fixed?
I might jump in for a second. Madam Chair, Commissioner Chang, it's a great question. And I'll get these numbers wrong, but if DMV has, say, 50 fees that they collect, because each one is done individually, the aggregate was not ever in a fix for any of the bills, right? So it wasn't a universal fix. Each individual fee was contemplated to fix some of them, but not all of them. And what you're hearing Mr. Joyce describe is, in aggregate, we might have, out of those 50 or more, we might have 30 of them that aren't in cost recovery. And so unless you fix all 30, you're still going to be augmenting another parallel fee unless you look at the entire universe. Now, DMV does look at the entire universe to say what each costs, and that's presented. But when it's actually accommodated into a fee bill, it may not always capture all of them.
Thank you. Yeah. no, this
And I think
Seems
that
like something that would be worth talking with legislators about.
And I
also.
think the number that we give them is the number of what we have currently. It's never like we need, and an example of that, when Real ID came about and we were given temporary positions, those people were all staffed up to know how to do their job at DMV for Real ID, but we could have incorporated them into the fold if we had had the money to do so. But there was no money allocated to continue. So then you didn't see that quick response that, I mean, it got better for a while.
Mhm. Yeah, Chair Brown, and the Real ID fee is actually a great example of where DMV was given a large new task. And the legislative body and Vice Chair Byer knows well about this. The direction in the Real ID law was that DMV will set a fee for Real ID to cover the costs of issuing. And so when you get a Real ID, you pay a surcharge. And those are some of the monies, those are the monies that we've been able to use to hire LDs who exclusively work on Real ID, or when we had to tool up the whole system to be able, do all those costs. So actually Real ID is one where we're actually covering our costs, but because the legislature acknowledged, here's a big new body of work, we're actually going to give you the money to do it versus, for example, all the bills that pass during a session and they basically just say, go do it. So you have to absorb more and more work with the same fees.
Yes, Vice Chair.
That's one of the things, we had that discussion during the tour last year a lot, tried to get them to say DMV should be, the costs of running the operation should come off the top before any money is distributed. But the problem with that is they would have to, in a lot of cases, rewrite statutory language that went to the 4 OTIA programs and JTA and all that, where the legislature specifically put a fee in place or an increase in the fee to fund a project. I mean, it's that whole mess that we've been talking about, that the legislature, probably unintentionally, but has complicated the financing a lot.
Right, that's right.
Do you have anything else for us?
Chair, I think that's probably enough. Thank you very much for your
Well,
interest.
I'm sorry I said that everybody hates the DMV. That probably hurt your feelings. I didn't mean it that way, but I'm just speaking real.
I really like the DMV. I just want that on the record.
I like the people. Let me rephrase this. I really like the people at the DMV because they are professionals. They really are.
Thank you for
But
that, Chair.
I don't like going there. I'll just be honest. So there it is on the record. Do you like to go there?
My most recent experiences was quite good with DMV.
Well, then I'm going to drive to Eugene and go to your office. No, thank you. Oh, Springfield? Oh, okay. Well, I think there used to be one in Canyonville, but I think they close pretty often, so.
Chair Brown, members of the committee, for the record, my name is Carla Phelps. I am the interim division administrator for Commerce and Compliance. Chair Brown, I will say to begin with, you are welcome to visit CCD anytime.
I think last time I was there, I got to sign a snowplow, so you know what? You bet.
All right. As part of the planned reductions, CCD was already planning to eliminate positions due to efficiencies gained. We had 6 positions from our OD unit that were eliminated due to the implementation of the Orion project, successful launch. And so we had committed to laying those off, knowing that we were going to see those efficiencies. We also, at the same time, had 1 additional position that we committed to eliminating in our tax unit, again, because of efficiencies that we saw. Of those 7 positions, 6 of them were vacancies, so only 1 resulted in actual layoff. Due to the budget shortfall, in addition to those, we had 2 temporary staff positions eliminated, as well as 1 additional layoff in the rail safety branch, resulting as an inspector being laid off. So those are total impact. Even though we see minimal impact from this initial layoff process, we do expect to have significant impact from the bumping implementation that is to follow, as well as we have some major projects in works for continuing modernization of our IT systems. And so those projects will be significantly impacted due to layoffs in Carolyn's department as far as OPO and the IT units. So those will be slowed down. The other impacts will result because of the IT layoffs. Our systems, as you all well know, are legacy systems built on the COBOL systems, and we rely heavily on our IT resources to keep those afloat. So the impact to just simply keeping the lights on, we will feel that for sure, especially in delays in services that we provide the industry. In addition to that, we have chosen to eliminate 2 of our unfunded services we provide, one of which is providing transponders to carriers which allow them to proceed down the main line with a green light. And in addition to that, the trusted carrier plates, actually both of those services came about at about the same time as a marriage, if you will, because one benefited the other. So we're eliminating the trusted carrier plates as well, as again, that's a free service that we provide. And then as you have heard me talk to before, our way stations are severely impacted by funding decreases. And they're usually one of the ones that we cut first because they cost a lot of money to keep maintained and functional. And so we will continue to see these fall further and further in facility debt, if you will. We will focus our priorities for repairs on maintaining the accuracy of the scale decks themselves because they affect the scale weighings, and we need to maintain integrity in those weighings accuracy. So that is where we are with CCD.
Yes, Vice Chair. You're on.
I'm on. I was talking with the executive of the Oregon Trucking Association once again last night. And I'm curious how this is impacting. Her comment was she's getting a lot of complaints from her larger members that because of our reduced or lack of enforcement, that there's some dynamics with a lot of the independent drivers coming out of California that are frankly abusing the rules and running and creating unfair competition. Can you comment on that at all? I mean, what is this? I assume that it will make it worse.
Chair Brown and Vice Chair Byer. I have lots of comments on those, but yes, we have seen a reduction in our enforcement staff really over the past 14 years. My recollection is about 10 years ago, we had about 140 enforcement officers. Today, we have half that. So that results in minimal weighings, really focused on the main line. Main line is not where we see high numbers of noncompliance, but at the same time, we are seeing an increase in illegal bypasses. And so if the carrier decides not to come into the weigh station, we can't do much about that. We rely heavily on our law enforcement partners to pursue them and pull them in and return them back to the scale. When they do that, we see a large portion of those placed out of service for safety violations and or credential fraud. So it will increase that noncompliance.
I don't know whether it's all anecdotal, so you don't
Sure,
know, but
absolutely.
a lot of it is concern about safety, predominantly about safety. Certainly
100%.
evasion, but a lot of concerns about safety. These guys are running way over time.
Yep, 100%.
Not maintaining their equipment.
Yes, I can tell you that Oregon consistently ranks, if you want to boast this, I guess, ranks at the top of the chart in placing drivers out of service. We, as our safety officers and truck inspectors, have the time to really thoroughly dive into the logs and see where fraudulent input is made. And due to that, we consistently run approximately about 20% out of service rate, whereas overall industry runs about 13%. So, and we continually see that on an uprise. The numbers and the things that they're seeing in those logs, we've had drivers driving for 3 days straight and no breaks. And so, yes, when we talk about safety, that's a large impact for sure.
Okay. For the record, my name is Carolyn Sullivan, and I am the Chief Administrative Officer for ODOT. I am responsible for the Support Services Division, which consists of the Human Resources, Information Technology, Data Solutions, Employee Safety, Procurement, and Facilities branches. The work performed by this division is considered back office. We keep IT systems functional, we make data available for decision-making, we process contracts and amendments, we train employees on safety protocols, we hire, onboard, and train new employees, and we keep the facilities in a good state of repair. Our work does not generally grab headlines, nor is it the kind of work that inspires people to call their representatives to vote for funding packages. It is largely invisible to the public, but without it, the agency cannot function. There has been considerable discussion in the press about how ODOT's layoffs will affect the traveling public. Road closures, closed maintenance stations, limited plowing, increased response times. Now it's time to tell the story of how the loss of nearly 130 back office professionals in my group alone, which is about 30% of our total positions, will affect them as well. I'm going to start with some of the best of the worst. Thousands of deferred maintenance actions on our facilities will not be taken. This will lead to potentially unsafe working conditions for our employees and further degradation of expensive maintenance assets. Building emergencies will not be addressed due to a lack of funding, resulting in more expensive repairs later. For example, we currently have portions of roofs missing from some of our maintenance buildings, and we are unable to repair them at this time due to lack of funding. We will be unable to complete the implementation of a cost-effective bridge inspection data solution, which would save the agency nearly $1 million a year in software fees. We estimate it will take about 25% longer to pre-qualify contractors, prepare project bid packages, and develop contracts and amendments. Time is money, as you know, and these delays, in some cases up to an additional month to an already lengthy process, will likely result in higher project costs. The implementation of key software projects, such as automatic incident detection for wrong-way drivers and functionality to maintain lane closures, will be significantly delayed. Traveler safety and mobility applications like TripCheck operate 24/7. Staff reductions increase the likelihood that system outages will not be addressed in a timely manner, and the traveling public will not be able to access this important system. On a more micro level, if the printers used at the DMV locations go down like they did earlier this year, we will be unable to respond as we have in the past, and the public will experience unacceptable and unnecessary service disruptions. And now here are some of the worst of the worst. We are entrusted with protecting the personal data of millions of people and ensuring integrity of many systems that are required for traffic safety and enforcement. Not only will we not have the appropriate staff to mitigate the effects of a significant cybersecurity incident or data breach, but our ability to prevent one will also be challenged. System upgrades and necessary security enhancements to the DMV core system called Oliver may be delayed and will result in additional risks to Oregonians' protected information. Our ability to support the DMV's Oregon motor voter file generation process and the DMV real-time law enforcement data system data exchange will no longer exist. Anomalies may occur and other state agencies may not be able to do their jobs effectively. There will no longer be someone on staff who knows how to maintain the 40-year-old mainframe accounting system. Without the essential maintenance provided by these system administrators, an unrecoverable failure may occur as soon as 6 months from now. We will not be able to pay our bills or generally account for expenses. The financial engine of ODOT will come to a standstill. Similarly concerning is our ability to maintain the mainframe revenue generation collection system used by Commerce and Compliance to register commercial trucks, meet federal reporting and tax administration requirements, collect fees, and conduct necessary commercial vehicle safety enforcement actions. Failure of this system would present safety concerns and will affect ODOT's finances as well. Believe me, I'm quite happy when our group does not grab headlines, but any one of these failures would probably be a headline grabbing moment. I'm not just presenting overly dramatic statements. These are real known risks that have suddenly become our reality because of these impending layoffs. And without a transportation funding package that considers the effect of the work that is back office as part of its program, we will continue to have issues as an agency. I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Questions from the commission? We're getting more bad news.
Chair Brown, can I follow up, please?
Absolutely.
I gave Amy ribbing, but I think that the consistent message here is all the work we do is interconnected. I can't do my function without DMV doing theirs. None of us can do any of our functions without Carolyn's business lines doing hers. DNO paves the roads that our trucks travel on. Our officers are tasked with finding the overweight trucks and unsafe trucks to ensure that that is protecting our system and our citizens that are traveling those highways. This impacts all of us as ODOT functions as one. So final thought.
Again, we're sorry. I'm not sure you're like, you've heard that a million times, but I mean, I think that I'm glad we're doing this. And I'm glad that we're recording it so that we can point people back to watch it. Because this is the reality. And I'm not sure that this reality was voiced, I mean, I know that the staff, the management staff went in and tried to have these conversations with the legislature. But it's difficult because they don't understand. They don't get the big picture. And I think that that's the problem. So you're in front of Ways and Means, or you're in front of Transportation, or whatever committee you're in front of, and you're talking about these one piece of it. They can't make that connection. And you're right. As you pointed out just now, that everybody is related to each other and it impacts. It just has this snowball effect. And I don't know how we get this across. I mean, this is another late night pondering as you lay in bed going, how do you get this voice across to Oregonians that this is a big, epic failure? You got away? Come on, you're supposed to come.
Vice Chair Byer.
Oh, that
If
was
I
no
can-
helpful. I mean,
if I can, yeah, I mean, if I can chime in on that.
Sure.
The letter that the governor wrote, the cover memo essentially for this item in our packet are both really good, 1-page high level. Here are the devastating effects of the failure to get a transportation package. What we have reviewed today is it is the what, but it's also a detailed look at the how. How does this lack of a transportation package lead to a fundamental breakdown in the functions of an agency? And I'm not sure what the best way to present that is, but I think it is an additional story, right? It is translating, it's operationalizing how the lack of a funding package operationally breaks an agency. And that's an important additional story to tell. And I would also welcome thoughts on how you tell that, but I mean, that's, I think, one of the ways that we can frame it is, you've heard about, the impacts you're going to feel in services. Let us, break down for you how these funds relate to how these funds make the agency not work that needs to deliver these services.
I mean, I hope the press is picking up on this. I hope they're watching and picking up on this. I hope legislators are sitting there watching this and picking up on. You're laughing at me, but I hope they do. I hope they educate themselves.
You asked the question about, what we do. I think, part of it here in Salem. So we need to take some steam out of the kettle. The animosity that was created not only across the aisle, but internally within the caucuses. And, this is very sobering conversation that we're having today, and how we get the discussion away from where it got entrenched to how we solve the problem in a good, responsible way. All of us, us, the agency, the legislature, the governor. It's time to, I think, lay down some of the historic battleground and really think about where we can go to find reasonable solutions, because there's a solution out there. And we will find a solution. I'm confident, but I think a big piece of it is stepping back as much as we can, let some steam, out of this kettle, talk about reasonable solutions and reasonable funding and where we need to invest our money, and park some of the emotion in the parking lot when we start talking about it. Ryan's not here, but we had a really great discussion, I think, at the Regional Enact on Monday, where it's a very diverse group of opinions, and trying to wrap our heads around what the situation is that we're in and where our priorities are. Just by starting the conversation with listening rather than speaking, it was a really strong meeting. I think where a lot of different folks came out of that understanding the problem, and we're thinking more collectively about how we get through it. So I think that's a big piece of it. I mean, it's really a temptation to throw more fuel on the fire, but I think it's time for pragmatic solutions, for thoughtful, collaborative solution making. That's where our answer is. Because we might get through the Band-Aid, and then we're into another election cycle, and things are going to be running hot and heavy again when we get to next year. And I wish we could come together with something more than a Band-Aid at this juncture. But I think we all, maybe in our approach, should be really thoughtful. My 2 bits.
Thank you.
All right, I will sort of try to wrap us up here with the last few slides of our slide deck. So again, for the record, Lindsay Baker with the Oregon Department of Transportation. So I'm going to spend just a brief period of time talking about the agency headquarters impact. So a quick reminder for the commission: agency headquarters really is primarily the director's office, right? So it's government affairs, it's our commission staff, all of our ombuds office, our Ask ODOT team, our public records, and our communications, as well as our Office of Equity and Civil Rights. So you can see here we had 26 positions eliminated across all of those groups. It was 15 layoffs and elimination of 11 vacancies. You can see here just a quick roll up of where those impacts are most acutely felt across the team. And I think that really, it's a continuation of lower levels of service across all of these areas. So one example I will use, our Ask ODOT team is a 5-person team. We had 1 vacancy eliminated in that team, so that is 20% capacity. In calendar year 2024, the Ask ODOT team fielded 14,000 inquiries from Oregonians across the state. I'm thinking back to Ms. Phelps' comment about how these are all connected, right? The agency is very interconnected, these sort of compounding factors. Ask ODOT team works very closely with district managers, with DMV managers across the entire state to be able to respond in a timely way. It's sort of less less than 5 days is our general benchmark and goal, be able to respond in a timely way, but that is incumbent upon someone in that district office who's able to take the phone call and able to take the email. So I think I am certainly expecting that we will see slower response times for all of these sort of external inquiries and external outreach points, which is with our public generally, with our elected officials, both our state legislators, as well as the members and the staff of our congressional delegation, and our partners in media as well. We'll see less in-depth policy analysis as we get to session timeframe. Again, that kind of diminished capacity on our constituent public support. And then Ms. Sotomayor Wesley had some pretty significant impacts, particularly in her data analysis section of the Office of Civil Rights. And I think we will see reduced capacity for data collection and reporting for those really federally required programs, as well as lower capacity on balance for small and emerging businesses as well, which really is being led from that team. I think in the future, we're looking at how, again, to the conversation earlier, we rebalance workload, how we deprioritize things which are current priorities. It is not doing more with less, it is doing less with less in the future, and really looking at how we are continuing to evolve as an agency, recognizing sort of the circumstances in which we find ourselves, but also the work sort of must continue. The sessions will continue to meet based off of this most recent conversation. We are going to continue to work very closely with our legislative partners and how we solve this problem in the long term. But that certainly is dependent upon our ability to be able to actually staff that work and provide that that service and those touch points with those members. So with that, I will turn it over to Daniel.
Thank you, Lindsay. For the record, Daniel Porter, ODOT's Finance and Budget Division Administrator. I am the last of the operations kind of back office divisions in the agency that's being discussed. As you can see, these reductions are very severe within this group because we are almost all exclusively relying on Bay State Highway funds for our funding sources. So as a division, we were looking at over 30% reduction in our budget. For our division, that represents 22 positions being eliminated. Doesn't seem like a lot of positions until you realize we're only 120 people in the division, so that's still 20% cut staff in the division. We took a measured approach along with most other divisions throughout last biennium, holding positions vacant as much as possible, just to in case that the worst case happened. And then getting into the last week of session, when it became less clear that we were going to get through a funding package, we sat down as a division and looked at where our budget was for 23-25, where we had almost an entire biennium worth of expenditures. So we were able to say, okay, here's where we are with S&S. Here's where our gap capacity is. Here's what we expect to be in 25-27. So what more could we cut? And so we took a prioritization effort of eliminating vacancies, eliminating every dollar of S&S that we possibly could in order to minimize the number of actual people that would be getting laid off. So we end up having 13 positions that are filled with actual staff getting eliminated. Still wish that was 0, but it's not. And but it's the minimum that we could do in order to preserve the functions of the agency that we have to provide services for. Most of what we do, we have to do. We have to pay people. We have to pay our vendors. We have to have a budget. We have to have, a finance STIP development team, and we have to collect fuels tax. And these are all functions that have to get done. So we took, similar to what Ms. Baker was saying, we took an approach of sort of spreading it out across the division in order to keep doing the things that we have to do. They're not going to be done maybe as quickly as they were before, or we may say no to some things that are nice to have but not necessary. One area that we did particularly hit hard was the office innovation through the road usage charge program. For the past 10 years, we've been running this program. A lot of it's sort of a research and development as it's evolved over time. A lot of effort has gone in to get it where it is today, where it is ready to go to put into a mandatory program. But legislature, in not acting to pass the House Bill 2025 or some version of that contain a mandatory program, We felt the best use of those funds was to, preserve staff that we could. Cutting is a big chunk of their budget in order to just scale back that program to just a bare minimum to keep it running as a voluntary program that it is today, with no more really investment into developing it further until new revenue shows up to do that. And also, you're looking at, we're cutting positions, and this is, again, it's going to be the same story that you've heard before, where you're cutting positions in order to preserve maybe some higher level position that can do lower level work, but then you have no succession path. And so if that person leaves, then you're stuck in a position where how do you fill that gap, that knowledge gap? And one piece of our budget that's again unique to us and administrative services is that we have a large chunk of it is from we call them straight government service charges, or there's these shared charges that are passed on to the agency from the enterprise. And we don't get to choose to pay them or not. They are things we have to pay. And we built in an estimate of what that cost increase would look like into our budget. But that doesn't mean that is going to be held, right? I mean, something can come along and we get forced to pay more. We used to have contingency for that. We don't have that anymore. So if that happens, I don't know how we pay for that. And that's going to be really tough for us. And as again, everybody else has mentioned it before me, we're all connected. And in finance, particularly, we are so reliant on IT because our financial system, everybody in finance is using that financial system, our time and attendance system, and those IT professionals that work on those are being eliminated or greatly reduced, and that's compromises ability to move forward with that time and attendance upgrade that we're in process of doing right now. And if something happens to our financial system, what does that look like? And so these are huge risks, and we're very exposed going forward. So with that, I will pass it over to Mr. Brower.
So when we moved the OTC meeting, Ms. Peets was not able to be here. So she asked if I could cover briefly her division, policy data and analysis. This is much like public transportation division. While there is not a lot of state highway funds here, as a result of doing a reduction in force, when we go through that process under the collective bargaining agreement and then reduce or do the layoffs of the people in based on seniority and representation and their location, there were a number of layoffs that were made within the policy data analysis division. And we see, potential issues there, significant delays in crash data that help us make decisions about safety investments because the crash analysis unit is within this group. As a result of some of these reductions, we do see a risk of losing federal funds. We got a $7 million crash data system grant from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration that could be at risk if we don't have the staff to deliver that. And then there could be some inability to meet state or federal requirements. Amanda shows on the lower right-hand corner here, this is a screen capture from our transparency, accountability, and performance webpage that's required under HB 2017. And we may not have the staff in order to keep that data up to date. Everything you've heard from all the divisions is bad. And I wish I could tell you that it would be the end and that this is as far as we're ever going to have to go. But if I said that, I would be lying. We have been clear throughout this process that this is an ongoing structural revenue issue that only worsens over time as our revenue goes down and our costs go up. So we know that we will be back if there is no revenue solution or funding solution. We will be back again in the 2027 legislature with another set of reductions to make that will be even more painful. As we've shown you, we were able to make some reductions in non-personnel costs and vacancies. Going forward, we can rely primarily only on layoffs. So the challenge will be that we have, with all of these reductions, closed the gap that we know of today, the $354 million. However, there are outstanding risks that could push us into a second wave of reductions in early 2026 if there is no solution. So for example, we know that we've been going through a robust economic period of growth, but there are some squishiness, some softness in the economy. We just saw Intel lay off thousands of employees. We're seeing layoffs in more and more sectors. If economic conditions decline, then we could see a reduction in state highway fund revenue that could then tip us into insufficiency. We know winter weather and disasters, from wildfires to floods to snow to landslides, can just punch us in the face, and we can have tens of millions of dollars of impacts. Now, much of that is reimbursed by the federal government, but the federal government is not known for paying its bills quickly. We oftentimes have a lag of years from when we do have the impact and do the work to when we get paid back. In fact, we just got a big check from FEMA for the wildfire work that we did largely in 2020 and 2021, and we still have money outstanding. So if we get large impacts and have to reopen a highway at a cost of $10 million, we don't know where that money comes from. There's some thoughts we have about that, but that will be challenging. So you may see us not open highways if they are less than absolutely critical routes, or we spend the money and then have to do additional layoffs. We also know that labor negotiations are ongoing, and the collective bargaining agreements oftentimes have additional cost of living adjustments, step increases, other adjustments that could also impact our bottom line. And then, of course, how long it takes to work through layoffs. We've already seen that they've been extended through September 15th, which means health insurance would actually be extended through the end of October. At that point, we still have likely several rounds of bumping to go through. So we know that that has already imposed an additional cost. We estimate that the layoffs to sustain that staffing costs about $5 million per additional month. We have now added a month and a half from the end of July, which then, again, if there is not a legislative solution, will cause all these things. So we're monitoring all of these. We've created a risk matrix that looks at how likely it is that these things will occur, what their severity is, and then we've looked at a number of mitigation measures. So for example, one of the things we have not done is used our commercial paper borrowing facility to pay for operations costs. That's generally not a good idea to borrow when you don't have any way to pay it back. But with winter weather and disasters, if the federal government is committed to paying us back those costs, we might be able to borrow in the short term until the feds can pay us back, in 2 to 3 years when that money comes available. So we'll be looking to minimize and mitigate these impacts, but there are going to be additional cost impacts. And as you saw earlier, we have a very thin balance in the state highway fund. We have built-in ending fund balance to our reductions so that we have at least a little bit of a margin to work with, but that margin could get eaten up in an agency our size very, very quickly. So I'll walk you through the timeline and next steps. We started this reduction process on July 7th, and we know that originally we had layoffs scheduled for July 31st. That'd be next week. That has been extended now. We have a special session scheduled by the governor and the legislature on August 29th. With layoffs planned to take effect on September 15th if there is no additional resources. There are also opportunities for legislative action in the fall or the February session. So we will be working with the governor's office and legislators to try to address the funding gap through legislative action that would either include new sustainable revenue sources, as you heard Ms. Brooks talk about earlier, or potentially even as another partial solution, greater statutory flexibility within those existing revenues that are dedicated by law to other areas and cannot be spent on operations and maintenance. So with that cheery windup, we'd be happy to answer any more questions you might have or any other thoughts you might have.
If we have any energy left to ask any more questions, unless, no? Thank you. Oh, did we? Sorry.
No, just a comment. Sometimes life on the tip of the spear is not very comfortable. And, watching what you've gone through and the work that you've put in and the strain it's put on all of you just sitting up here for the last 4 hours and looking at your faces, which are much different than the expressions that we're used to seeing. I'd just like to say how much I appreciate you all. And Director Strickler, the communication program you put in place, the message that you've put into place, it's heartfelt kinds of discussions. And I know you've been criticized for it, but I'm not one to criticize for you for it. I admire you for it. And so I appreciate what you've done, and Travis and all the team. This is hard stuff. And even though you go home at the end of the day and you're going to be frustrated, I think rather than, going home and thinking, what did I accomplish? Just go home and say, did I give it my best effort? Because I think if we all give it our best effort now, that's what's going to keep us going here for a while, because even our best efforts aren't going to be able to produce a really great outcome that we all want. It's going to take us a while to get there. So hang in there, hang on each other, do your best, and know that, it's appreciated.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Last item. So now that we've seen everything, let's talk about our agency organization.
Yeah, Madam Chair, for the record, once again, Chris Strickler, Director of the Oregon Department of Transportation. I can be very brief. Obviously, we've had impacts at every level, but our job is to also establish structure at the leadership that can continue not just in the moment we're in, but into the future. That's really important for the agency. It's important for the work that we're doing, and that's what we've put together and I have in front of you for today. A permanent reorganization or a permanent organization that I would suggest would come to the commission. Since we have a August 29th special session, I'm proposing that we take this up in the September timeframe for further endorsement, but I wanted to give you an idea of where we are right now. We've had, like I said, those impacts at every level. And so we've got people stepping into roles and really providing that leadership across the top. We'll also say that I've been very intentional about not talking about top line leadership structure up to this point, because it's been about 483 people. And I've focused the energy there intentionally. I've received some, feedback that maybe I should have done this sooner. And that's fair. We're presented sometimes with two paths of decisions that we would rather not have to choose from. But in this case, that was intentional. I've said that to my team, and I'll say that to you, because our focus needed to be on those that were directly impacted and receiving letters. And I still believe pretty strongly in that. What we have in front of you is the structure that we're operating under right now, and we will continue to operate under this until we come back for formal endorsement. And so, Madam Chair, with that, unless there's any comments, that's my introduction.
Any questions or comments? Commissioner Baker?
This is one place where I think you've got, a lot of opportunity here to be thoughtful about the organization. And, we've cracked a lot of eggs here. So, the opportunity to really think about the organization, take the feedback that you've received over time, do some things that, probably made some sense some time ago, but it was inconvenient or whatever for being able to do it. So I think, the initial communication that we saw makes a lot of sense. It's having a flatter organization definitely pushes accountability and decision-making down closer to, our customers. And that's always a good thing. But I think you have a real opportunity now, Chris, with your leadership team to really think about what the agency should look like 10 years from now, and how we're going to begin moving in the direction to make sure that it's the organization of the future. So,
Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at in the packet that the proposed chart, one of the concerns that I have is you're trying to take on too much. And not that that isn't a good thing, but I think that it became clear to me that there's more of a need for the director to be seen out in the field, both with the staff and importantly with the staff, but also with community leaders and the legislature. I think. And I know what that's like, having done it before for a very, very tiny agency. So I would caution you,
Yeah.
and I don't want to lose that balance between having that if you're the leader of the agency, you have to be out there. But having that operational one, as I looked at the chart, I think that operational section, frankly, probably ought to be under a second deputy director, just because of that. But I'm just going to comment on that. I'm concerned about you're hearing too much and it's spreading yourself too thin.
And I think I'm going to echo Vice Chair. I know where you are, Director, because I'm in a very similar situation where I've lost so many of my management team through this layoff and taking on more and more and more. And it'll come to a point where people are start breaking down. They just can't do it. It's just not physically possible. And you just start just shutting down. You're not accomplishing what you want to do. But I think it'll give us time. We have time to make those decisions and look at this as we figure out the path and we figure out the funding. And I know that we'll revisit this, but right now we don't have much choices. I mean, I think that that's the point we're at, is there isn't a lot of choice. And I think the other piece, and I've talked to the director about this in the past, is that after COVID, we lost a lot of employees who held the institutional knowledge of what ODOT does. And we moved people into places in management that weren't necessarily prepared for it yet. They weren't to that level that we necessarily could just turn it over to them and say, run with it, you know what you're doing. And we're struggling with that whole management level. And I think that this is happening nationwide. It's not just here. It's not unique to ODOT. It's not unique to Oregon, but we'll get there. It's just going to take time. And the problem is that in the meantime, everything keeps marching forward. So I just want to thank everyone that is stepping up in a leadership position, because it's not easy. Got your hands full and you're being asked to stretch yourself beyond what you've ever had to do before. Take care of yourself, because if you don't, the whole structure will fail. And so you have to remember yourself too.
Thank you. That's it.
Is that it? All right. Okay, well, we've covered a lot of ground today. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm exhausted. I feel like I've been here 10 hours and it's only been a few. With that said, I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.